Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to the second day of Faculty Development Program. Over to Dr. Sindel to give the formal welcome address.
Thank you, Dr. Jesus, sir. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all. First of all, I would like to welcome our Honorable Dean Research, Dr. Napoleon, sir, for this Day 2 Faculty Development Program organized by Director of Sports. With his busy schedule, he readily accepted our invitation and join with us for this Day 2 Faculty Development Program on behalf of Director of Sports and my own behalf. Once again, I welcome you, sir. And I would like to welcome our today's resource person, Mr. Yogeshwar Karthik, founder Yogacharya Traditional Yoga, Chennai, for this faculty development program. And I would like to welcome our Director Sports, Dr. R. Mohanakishan, for this Day 2 FDP. And I would like to welcome Dr. NC Jesus Rajkumar, Organizing Secretary for this FDP. And I would like to welcome my own department faculty members, PhD scholars, and all the supporting staffs for this Day 2 FDP. And finally, I would like to welcome all the participants who are here for this Day 2 Faculty Development Program. Once again, I welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sindel, HOD, Department of Yoga. Thanks for formally welcoming all the guests and as well as the participants. Thank you, Dr. Sindel. May I request our Honorable Dean Research to give the inaugural address. Sir, please.
Good morning to everybody. First of all, I would like to congratulate and thank Director Mohanakishan, sir, Directors Physical Education and Sports, as well as faculty members of Physical Education, including Dr. Sindel Kumar, Dr. Jesus Rajkumar, others who are involved in the faculty development program, which is very need of the hours to organize such event, faculty development program, that is very important. So sometimes we don't know, even we have been teaching for a long time. This is very important for us to learn something which we don't know, or we miss it, or where we are right now. So this is very good. He has been, especially Directors Physical Education Sports, has been doing very well. He's a very dynamic person. Every 1 or 2 days, we get email from him with our student got this gold medal, silver medal, this tournament, that tournament. So like that. So I thank and also each and all the other faculty members for keeping the department in the forefront of SRM. So I think the speaker also will welcome the speaker on behalf of Director Research and SRMIST for Science and Technology. Thank you, sir. I think Mr. Yogeshwar, I think who is a master in yoga. His name itself stands that he is usually refers sometimes Yogeshwara. That means who is master in yoga. So he, I think knowingly, unknowingly, he has name or he changed his name. So thank you, sir. We are expecting you that you can talk about the yoga. And we have the department of yoga also. And many students, they have been joined in the PhD also recently. And so you know what is yoga means, the union of body, mind, emotional and energy. And if everything works together, if you are at present, then you can do wonders. Most of the time, we are either in the past tense or in the futures. We never be at the moment. So if you are be at the moment, we call the potential Buddha. That's what we have been struggling. So the 4 people went to forest and it was heavily raining and there was one Shiva temple. So they went inside, they caught the linga and Shiva appeared. They said, we have been praying and doing all kind of things. You never came up. How you came up? We said one person is Bhakti Yoga. Among the 4 persons, one person is Bhakti Yoga. He always do chant, and this is the easy way of attaining anything is through the Bhakti Yoga. So you do puja and this and that, everything. So this is such kind of person. So he believe, so he'll attain everything through Bhakti. So he's called Bhakti Yoga. Another person is called Jnana Yoga. He's an intellectual person. He never believe anything unless otherwise it fits into the logical brain. So he is such kind of person. Another person is a Karma Yogi. So he always does work like our Director Sports, all the time working. So like that, he only sail through only working. That's called Karma Yogi. And another one is called the Kriya Yogi. So they can do the yoga, bending, twisting, and bring a body in such a way they can align the body to receive the eternal energy. So the four people joined together. He said, Shiva said, you should have all the combination of the four, then only you can attain something. That's what yoga is very important. That's what even our Einstein also discovered the same E is equal to mc squared, the same energy vibrating in different masses until you realize the same energy vibrating in different masses. If you know the same energy vibrating in different masses, there is no need any ethic or something like that. So you can understand, we call E is energy, we call it as Iswar. So unless you realize that one, all are same energy vibrating in different masses, like inanimate, animate, but everything has their own life. I think hopefully our chief guest, Yogeshwar sir, I think he is going to talk about performance with peace. Most of people think peace in the rest in peace. It is not like that. While living also will be peaceful. I think, sir, thank you so much for accepting our director's invitation to be here. I hope this your talk as well as one day the workshop will be useful for not only for faculty members as well as I think students also may join. That will be highly useful. I hope, sir, will you allow the students to join, sir? That will be very helpful because in your yogic culture, 15,000 years before, Shiva taught, I think this same thing where the sun shift from the south to east, north direction. That's what we call the Dakshinamurti. He started looking towards south and he started yoga 15,000 years. Now it is went through only body. We never wrote it down in any books. The moment you write it the book, it will get distorted. So that's the reason through body wise they have been transferring yoga, even invaded by many people. Still it is alive with the same vibrant because body never lies, whereas mind always lies. Because of that, it has been transferred from 15,000 from Agastya Munivar to Patanjali up to now, even our Prime Minister, because of the through body. So once it taken into the scholars, they will get distorted. So that's the reason we never kept it in the script or the teaching methodology. Now it is people started teaching through college and school, but I hope they give the essence of yoga. It's yoga is not physical exercise, it is for the divine. So it will take you to ultimate, for which it will also helps the physical things. No, it also whatever ailment that you have, because you are able to touch the creator. So in that you are touching the manufacturer. So once you touch the manufacturer, things will go very easily. So that's what people cannot think. My request is people don't think it is a physical exercise. It will take you to your life beyond your imagination, not only this next life also. So with that, again, I congratulate the director sports and the other faculty member and also invite Mr. Yogeshwar. So we are waiting to listen to you. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for giving a wonderful inaugural address, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to introduce Mr. Yogeshwar Karthik, well-known and worldwide yoga specialist as today's resource person. An Ayush certified traditional yoga teacher with 20 years of experience in teaching in India and abroad. Yogeshwar Yogacharya is known as Karthikeyan, who practices traditional yoga and facilitates self-knowledge in the light of teaching of Vedanta. He strings along with the traditional methodology according to the Advaita tradition of Sri Sangacharya for Vedanta Yoga, Sutras of Maharishi Patanjali for Raja Yoga, and the approach of Tamil Siddhas for Hatha and Laya Yoga practices. He is a disciple of Dravidacharya Ramakrishnaji of Shastra Netralaya. Through his TV program, Yoga Kalai on Jaya TV, India from 1999 to 2011, he was well known as Tamil-speaking world. He was a panelist for the Life and Art Education program of Ambalam Arts and Culture Private Limited and trained the yoga curriculum for schools and mentioned yoga teachers. He also visits Yogacharya at the Advaitam Ashram Bangalore for retreats. He teaches people from various backgrounds and designs customized yoga programs for individuals and groups. His areas of expertise are Carnatic music, science, psychology, social work, and people management. His way of teaching is phenomenal out of all arts, which showcases the quality of the individual or the Indian spiritual tradition. Over to Mr. Yogeshwar Karthik for the session. I request all the participants, if you have any questions, please raise in the chat box. Your questions will be answered after the session. Thank you. Sir, Yogeshwar sir, can you hear me?
So unmute, sir. Yogeshwar, sir, please unmute. Yogeshwar, sir, kindly unmute, sir. We cannot hear you.
Yes. Are you able to hear me now?
Thank you. Thank you. We can see in the screen. Thank you.
So if the moderator wants me to shut up at any point of time, I'm sure you are having the control to mute me anytime, right?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So I should be nice to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Right. Okay. So we have the chat here and yeah, it's going good. All right. Namaste, everybody. So we will start the yoga session with the Mangalacharanam. An auspicious beginning to bring some positivity into our space. Om Shri Gurubhyo Namah Harihi Om Ulagam Yavayum Tamudavakkalum Nilai Peruttalum Nikkalum Ningala Alagila Vidayatudayar Avar Talaivar Annavarke Sharanangale Sadashiva Samarambham Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantaham Vande Guru Paramparam Om Sahana Vavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahavidyam Karavavahe Tejasvinavadhetamastu ma Vitvishavavahe Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Distinguished members of the faculty of the Physical Education Department in SRM Arts and Science College, the distinguished research scholars who have joined this workshop, and any students who might have joined, and other significant participants of this discussion. I welcome you all, and my heartfelt namaste to everybody. Okay, so we have an interesting topic today: performance with peace. I'm sure all of you have seen this movie, at least a few of you might have seen this movie, latest movie on super hit. It's called RRR, right? Very famous. So if this was a classroom, it would be very nice. Probably the students would be selling a O or whatever. But now in this Zoom, nothing is possible. So I really don't know who is listening, who is sleeping. So I will try to be at peace when I perform in this lecture by not expecting you all to be awake and participating and listening. But I hope and I trust that you all would do. And I continue my lecture. So in this RRR movie, this hero, right? He would be captured and he'll be in the underground cell. And they would have knocked off his knees with a lot of, in part of the torture. And his arms would still be good. So what he'll be doing is he will grab that rail on the top and he'll be doing pull-ups. In that, I think that hero's name is Ram Charan. So he'll be doing that. And then the officer will come and ask him, you know, like how, one of our comedians used to ask, you know, in the tea shop where nobody is there, for whom are you, you know, making the chai? So like that, he would be asking, your leg is gone, you are in the cellar, you are not going to get out and you're going to die here. for what are you doing the pull-ups? That's what he will ask him. And then he will chant Karmanyevadikaraste Mahapulishu Karachana, that shloka from Bhagavad Gita. So that is in essence performance with peace. Now, before we go ahead in detail, because I have to somehow stretch this is over. Like our Dean of Research, Mr. Napoleon was telling. So he actually finished the whole topic. He was telling about the mind, body, and prana together, which will make you perform in peace. So that's all about it. There is nothing more. You can go home now. But in practicality, we do face a lot of challenges when it comes to performance. Now, this performance is the problem. It's a pain in the neck since the time we are born. It's not only for humans, you also have for animals, but somehow for animals it is instinctively programmed. But for humans, we have a choice. The choice is we may do an action, we may not do an action, or we may do some other action. Kartum, akartum, anyata kartum. We can do something, we need not do that, we may do something else. Now, this choice is there because of the developed buddhi that we have. And we can also choose the right course of action. Like they say in the Upanishad, Kushalanna Pramaritavyam, they say. So do not compromise on the dexterity in your ability to choose the right course of action. Dharma, adharma, what is right, what is wrong, what is appropriate, what is not appropriate. Right? So this choice of action we all have to some extent. The whole point of yoga is to enable us, to empower us in different levels to be able to expand this spectrum of choice. So how much of choice can we have? For example, a dog. You throw a biscuit. It has no choice over salivating. It will salivate. If it is not trained a dog, it's going to jump and it will come jump over you and try to take it from you. Right? But if it is a trained dog, this police dogs, military dogs, well-trained dogs, it is very excited. It's like on the edge to pounce, but it's waiting. And only when you say take, it will go and take. Right? So a dog is able to do that. Now, this choice over action, you may think that the dog is having. No, it is conflict. It is between obeying the command versus obeying the instinct of obeying the desire to take the biscuit. Now, the command is also programmed with the dog. The dog has been trained to obey the command, right? It's a habit. So it is a question of one habit empowering another habit. But the judgment, it does have, to some extent, it does have an IQ and all that. It's similarly, we also have a lot of training. We train ourselves with good habits. We follow the rules. We study the scriptures, and we choose to be religious or not. And we are pressurized by our peers, our superiors, right? And we do have something a little extra that probably we are imagining, as humans, we are imagining that probably the dog doesn't have. And the generally accepted idea that humans have this, that we have a self-concept and we can think about it and form our own judgment. And we can arrive at knowledge and create a judgment. And we can do that. And even if we know that we need to do that, we humans have a unique situation where we may be bogged down by lack of motivation, depression, or we may be having a conflict, role conflict. So because of this, what we do, we know we have to do something, everything inside us tells us to do something, but then we don't act on it, and we are in Yoga Shastra, one of the vikshepas, the chitta vikshepas, is called alasya. So we have that. Both an increased ability to make our own choice and not be driven by the program. Also, an impaired state of mind where we are incapable of acting on the program, even if we are programmed to do that. Right? So all these things formed by the layers and layers of conflicts and different issues created by our ego structure. So this ego structure is something that is unique to the humankind. What in Yoga Sutra we call it as asmita. And from there comes raga dvesha, the likes and dislikes. I want this, I don't want this. I like it, I don't like it. And then forming an asmita, forming an ego, forming a sense of individuality, sense of self-image, based on whether I am able to satisfy my desires and am I able to get rid of what I don't like. Am I able to get what I like? Am I able to get rid of what I don't like? Now, how much I am able to do this creates my self-image as a successful person or as a failure. Now, this is how we understand the performance. And the need to perform. There is a huge need inside us to perform. And this has been following us with like a headache and like a pain since our childhood. It all starts when we are a child, the elders in the house, a neighbor visits, or some uncle or auntie, they visit after, when we are around, let's say 2 or 2.5. So until you are 1.5, you don't have this pressure. But once you are 2 onwards, 1.5, 2 onwards, you have this pressure. Hey, come here, tell this shloka for auntie. Come, why don't you repeat that rhyme for uncle? Pressure. Then the child is looking at this. Then some children do, some children don't do. If the child is obeying immediately and is able to repeat that rhyme, shloka or whatever, then we say, oh, very good, and we congratulate, and then we give a appreciation. So that becomes a reward. And then if it is not done and the child is not behaving well, after the guest is gone, then you shout at the child or beat or make a face or don't treat the child nicely, and then it feels, oh, they don't love me anymore, something is wrong, I have done a mistake and I am not up to the mark, and then it starts forming. You are done, you are useless, you are idiot. See, look at that neighbor child, how nicely that child is telling all that, and you are not doing it. And suppose if your neighbor's child is coming some TV program, then the pressure on you is very high. So especially if this uncle or aunt is coming from America, then the pressure on the child to perform is more. So right from childhood, we are looking around and looking for approval. We have this deep-seated need to belong and to be secure. So from to be secure and then to belong and then to be accepted. So our self-image starts forming as a reflection from around us. Correct? So and then we develop a sense of what is right. We develop a sense of what is right and what is not right, a sense of dharma, and what I am supposed to do, how I am supposed to be. And also we develop a self-image based on how I am able to live up to that expectation, how I am able to live up to the expectation in my own eyes, how I am able to live up to the expectation in others' eyes. So now this is where performance starts. The pressure to perform starts there, right? From childhood, when you are asked to tell a nursery rhyme or a shloka for some uncle or auntie who comes, right? So this torture is not there much in the Western world, but this torture for children is there from childhood in India a lot. This is, we are so programmed by this. I still remember I was visiting a friend in another country, and he was married to a foreigner, a lady from that country. And then when we visited him, he is asking her, hey, why don't you tell that in Tamil? Why don't you repeat it? Why don't you chant that shloka? I'm thinking, like, man, you're treating your wife like a 2-year-old kid. And she was frowning and looking at him with a lot of anger. She doesn't like to be treated like that. So it's a real problem in our society here. So this pressure to perform. So when we say performance, this is what we understand. Either we need to live up to our own expectation, or we need to live up to somebody else's expectation. There's nothing wrong in it. There's nothing wrong. It's absolutely essential and we have to do it. And we have to live with this reality. So I am not confronting them. But what I'm trying to tell is, this is all we know as performance, right? Now, there are other dimensions to performance where there are 3 concepts discussed in Yoga Shastra, right? With respect to action, choice over action. So there are 3 kinds of action. The action that is to be done or okay to be done. The action that may be done. There is action in the actions to be done. There are 2 categories. Actions that are supposed to be done. Actions that may be done. These 2. And we have actions that should not be done. And then there is inaction. Inaction is not acting when you are supposed to act. Karma, vikarma, akarma. So these 3 we have. Karya, akarya, they say. What is okay to be done, what is not okay. Now, what is the governing principle? What is the frame of understanding or the frame of knowledge that is going to direct us, that is going to tell us what is okay to do, what is not okay to do? Because this is extremely important for performance. If you are in a fundamental conflict of meaningfulness, if you have a conflict of meaningfulness, you are not going to perform. The world's somebody who might be a world champion in something, that person might go through the conflict. And then the entire, we know this in sports a lot. And we have a classic example in our own Shastra. The top performer has a conflict, a problem with meaningfulness. And then he goes into a huge depression kind of a state. And then he just drops right there. The first chapter of Bhagavad Gita is only about this. Arjuna, how he goes into this role conflict and the conflict of meaningfulness and the confusion about what is to be done, what is not to be done, what is okay to be done, and what is my role. So he did not even realize, what happens is, if you see that first chapter, if you study the first chapter of Bhagavad Gita and up to the 10th shloka of second chapter of Bhagavad Gita, when you see the context where the Bhagavad Gita teaching happens, the confusion in Arjuna's mind was pointed out only later, after Lord Krishna tells him that what has happened to you? Why are you acting weird and stupid? After Krishna points out and then shakes him up, then he thinks, oh, what's wrong with me? So he did not even know something was wrong with him. He was telling already, he already formed the judgment, he got carried away. He got carried away by wrong judgment. And he already said, no, I'm not going to fight and I'm going to go and beg. This is all useless. And then he drops the bow and arrow and then he sits and falls back in the chariot. Then he tells Arjuna, Kudastva Kashmalamidam and all that comes. What Lord Krishna points out, then he argues a bit, denial and how in psychology we say the different steps. And then after that he comes, he argues and all that. And then finally he says, okay, like he is aware that he is confused and he doesn't know and his judgment is wrong and he doesn't know what to do. And then he is able to surrender his intellect to Lord Krishna and accept him as a teacher and asks him, please teach me what is the best for me in the long run. This again is very important. He didn't ask, please tell me now. Because what to do now in the battlefield is important. But it is not, it may be important for everybody, but fundamentally for Arjuna or for anybody, Arjuna means you and me. So for anybody, what is fundamentally important is what is good for me? What is ultimately good for me? So ultimately good for me or immediately good for me? So there is always a conflict whether to choose what is immediately good or what is ultimately good, whether to eat this samosa now or then continue, stick to my diet and reduce my weight and have a banana instead. No, this is always a conflict. So what is immediately good? What is long term? So what is Shreya? Tell me what is Shreyas? What is ultimately good for me? Then I am surrendered to you as your disciple. So please accept me as your disciple and teach. And then he is completely available for the teaching of yoga. And then the Lord teaches him. And then we have the Bhagavad Gita. It is called as a Yoga Shastra. Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastra, they say. So Bhagavad Gita is it's like a, it brings together all the teachings of yoga from different sources because it is Smriti. It is like they say how the essence of the cow is in the milk. So like that, all the essential teachings of yoga, the main points of yoga are brought together in Bhagavad Gita. And of course, we have Yoga Sutra and all that. So then he teaches. But here, the very important point when it comes to performance is that we need to understand that we are not performing for anybody. Ultimately, any kind of performance is for you, is for me. It's not for anybody. Whatever I do, I am doing it for my own good. Even if I am doing something that is bad for me, I am doing the bad because my mind is overpowered by a quality of nature called tamas. Because of the power of tamas, I am doing something what is not good for me under the imagination that it is good for me. A conscious or an unconscious imagination that it is good for me. Ask every smoker, he knows that smoking is not good. It's completely pointless. He sees smoking is injurious to health. Now there is a rule in Canada where they're going to put smoking is injurious to health in every cigarette, not only the pocket, not only the cigarette packet, but still people will smoke. And then they all these horrible pictures of cancer, still people smoke. And they see that. But why do they do that? That nervous condition which they want to experience after smoking, whatever they get, God knows, that seems immediately very important. Oh, cancer comes later. We'll see that later. We will. I need to feel good now. So give me that. Give me a cigarette. Right? We'll see. I'll drink some lemon juice and all that. Fix the cancer. But right now, I will quit smoking tomorrow. But let me have that relaxation now. I am too tense. I need to smoke. Similarly, a coffee. Similarly, alcohol. So all these different kind of tamasic, rajasic things that we do that is not good for us. We do because temporarily it is good for us. Right? So, like in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, there is a discussion between Yajnavalkya, sage Yajnavalkya, and Maitreyi. In that, Yajnavalkya says that Atmanastu Kamaya Sarvam Prem Bhavati. It is for the sake of oneself that anything is liked. So the same comes to performance. So you are not performing for anybody, but you are performing for your own sake. When we understand that, there comes the seeds for performing with peace. Because our performance, because our mind is very external, we are constantly doing things. Our performance in the world, our performance in our life, in whatever way that we think we should perform, we should do whatever we call our performance as, be it an athletic race, or be it a team sport, or be it your office performance, or be it your research paper that you are working on, or be it delivering a lecture. So whatever is a performance, or be it with your partner in bed, sexual performance is a big industry. It's a lot of millions and billions of dollars behind research on improving sexual performance. So all kinds of, then So different kinds, whatever may be the context, maybe the silliest thing or apparently the most noble of performance. Always, in most contexts, except for a very few exceptions, in most contexts, for most of us, what is the right thing to do? The choice over our understanding of performance, how we understand performance is heavily clouded by our own imaginations, wrong understanding of life, our worldview, our view of ourselves, self-image, and what others view of us, our need to be accepted by others, and we compromise a lot of things. We may believe in something, but we have the pressure to belong, and then we compromise that and we do what others are saying. So there are layers and layers of clouds and confusion and wrong understanding, all that, covering up our understanding of performance and confounding, the complete confusion. It's like a storm inside. Now, this is happening at the level of the buddhi. Excuse me. So this is happening with the buddhi, and it's like a lottery ticket, how they have this lottery. Lottery, you have this lot of balls inside one. What they say, tambola. You have a lot of things, and it keeps on rotating all these little balls or the small papers, the chips, the rolls, and then one comes out. So like that, in our head, there is a huge lottery going on. This is a subconscious mind. The whole mind is churning out a lot of conflicting ideas, and then something pops up, and then you get an urge to do something. And then it pushes you, and then that urge pushes our thinking. It pushes our thinking, and we think according to the urge, and then that pushes us to action. Yeah, right. So now this is the main struggle inside us that bothers or impairs our performance. And then while doing that, even while we are performing, all the conflict that was there before, all the other options which were not given the lottery, of allowing to manifest, all these other conflicting desires inside which are not strong enough to push us to action, all these things are constantly pushing themselves in the background as different thoughts and different intentions and conflicts while we are already committed to doing something. So that's why they say, think well before. There is a Tirukkural which says, Ennit tuniha karmam, tuninda pin ennuvam enbadu vilukku. So you think well before you act. After starting to act and after committing to an action, if you start thinking about it, then you will face Ilukku is basically bad fame. It's you will face a shame. You will be ashamed. You will be made to feel ashamed, both by yourself and by others. So now this is the most important part. This is at the core of bothering or affecting our performance. The conflict in the buddhi, because you may be very good. You may be physically fit. For example, right now I had a problem with cough, and then I could not deliver the lecture for a few seconds, right? This aspect of physical performance, these different factors, physical factors that impair our performance, and the environmental factors that impair our performance, these are all well known to us. We are always addressing these things. So in this lecture, I would like to focus on the psychological aspects that are impairing our performance. In that, at the core of the problem is wrong understanding. We don't understand performance. How we understand performance is very, very important if you want to perform in peace. Because they did a psychological research on many successful people, and those who are able to sustain success, those who are able to sustain their performance. See, you may perform in Aramba Suran, they say in Tamil, they start very well, but then they cannot go on. They will give up halfway. They will not be. So those who are completing successfully whatever they have undertaken, and those who have consistently achieved success in all their understanding, I mean, in all their undertakings, sorry. So these people, be it a relationship, a married couple, they are married for 30 years, 40 years, and then somebody else is in a career and they are sustained performance in a career. If you say finance, then you have like Warren Buffett, or you see, you see in sports, we have so many people who are, sustained performance. They don't keep, they just like a freak show. They just come in one match or something, they do, and then they disappear. Not like that. They're able to perform in a sustained manner. How? Because they have the sense of meaningfulness. They did a lot of research and found finally they find meaningfulness and respect. If it is a relationship, the most important thing they had was respect. And that respect comes from the meaningfulness in the relationship. And if somebody is able to perform in something, it comes because they find meaningfulness in what they are doing. They find meaningfulness in the role that they are playing. And they find meaningfulness in the performance, the need to perform. And then they find meaningfulness in the result. So this is extremely important. This is at the core of everything. Because once this is gone, you are going to have conflict, and every little conflict eats up your, mental energy, and then it sucks prana. Your prana, vital energy will not be available for action. You may have all the skills, but your skills won't work. Arjuna, the best warrior on earth, could not take the bow and stand. His hands were shaking, his feet were shaking. He could not stand on his own feet, the best warrior on earth. So where are you? Where is me? So this is why they say that in the tradition they talk about Pratama Malla Nyaya. Pratama Malla Nyaya means the logic of the best wrestler. So if I want to win the world, if I want to be crowned as the world champion in wrestling, I don't have to go and wrestle everybody on the street. I just have to find who is the current champion. And then I defeat that current champion. It is as good as I have defeated everybody else. So the example of Arjuna, when you say, Arjuna had to go through this, then it applies to everybody else. So you may be the best skill, you may have the best fitness, you may have the best diet, you may have the best chariot, you may have the best weapons, and still you can fail in the battlefield. In the moment of challenge, you will not be able to stand up to the challenge, and you will lose because you don't have the right understanding of the performance. Now, this is the very most important central point when it comes to performing with peace. Then comes concentration and developing. So when we are practicing yoga, when we are coming to yoga, not only in practice of yoga, also in application of yoga for different situations, application of yoga for different contexts, we have this yoga for this, yoga for that, yoga for headache, yoga for stomachache, yoga for back pain, yoga for office stress. This is what brings money, because all the yoga teachers don't have money, they need money. So which is practical, I understand. So whatever pays money, yoga for this, yoga for that pays money. So then what has happened is, unfortunately, the whole yoga has become an aspirin. Yoga has become like an aspirin. A headache, pop an aspirin. You have a back pain, do yoga. You have a neck pain, do yoga. To the extent that, as yoga professionals or as yoga teachers and researchers and as yoga students of yoga, as practitioners of yoga, We have completely lost sight of what yoga is about. When we study about yoga, we are studying techniques of concentration, techniques of stretching and relaxing, and we are telling all that. In my 20 years, in the beginning years, I have attended so many lectures and discourses. You'll be surprised. I have not even heard in one place, not one yoga lecture, yoga camp, yoga, whatever, not one, about Viveka Khyati. The whole, what are you doing Ashtanga yoga for? What are you doing Hatha yoga for? Hatha yoga is done for the purpose of becoming ready to be able to do Raja yoga. It's there in the first chapter. And what are you doing Ashtanga yoga for? Asana pranayama ityadi. What are we doing that for? Yoganga anushtana dasuddhi kshaye jnanadipya viveka khyati. Right? So now we are doing the whole thing for viveka khyati. If you see the progression, the entire, why should you concentrate? Even a cat is able to concentrate. You and I, we have to sit like an idiot in Padmasana and do some pranayama to concentrate. But you see a cat. Have you ever seen a cat trying to catch a mouse? You see the concentration. You see the focus. You see the complete mastery over the muscles and how it pounds. I want to watch the cat. It's like the only thing, other place where I have seen this concentration is in the Bruce Lee before he goes for a punch. That 1-inch punch, like how he focuses, right? So like that. This cat completely body, mind, that the Chedasa, how they say in Chetashvatara Upanishad, right? Body, mind, intention, everything. There is no conflict. Perfect concentration before it pounces. It gets naturally. And you and I, we have to do Padmasana and we have to do some pranayama, anuloma, viloma, whatever. Ujjayi or concentrate on forehead, concentrate on Muladhara, all that. Cat doesn't have to do anything. It just eats what it wants, runs around, plays. Always it is waiting for a caress and it thinks, it goes and wherever is little shade or comfort, always seeking comfort. But when it has to catch a mouse, it's there. But you and I, no, we have to do yoga, right? It's a shame. So concentration is, you can develop concentration. You can have some drugs, you can get concentration. So to get a state of mind, all that is later. So we are completely lost into that. That's not the main point. But why should I get concentration? A pickpocket has concentration, otherwise he will lose his life. He gets concentration. The moment you are, daydreaming and walking nicely after watching a night movie, walking home, and then one dog barks, whoa, you get concentration. The whole body comes together because you're scared for death. You don't want to be bitten by a dog. You get a shiver in the spine, Kundalini goes up, and then you are like that. Concentration. All it takes is one bark of a dog to make us concentrate. So concentration. There are life situations will give us concentration. If you live a well-lived life and you eat the right food and you love what you're doing, you're going to get concentration. But why we need yoga is for Viveka Khyati. Viveka Khyati attacks our concept of self at its root. The power of awareness and the power of cognition. They are confused, and that creates the ego. It's Yoga Sutra says, Darshana Shaktayor Ekatmeva Asmita. The Drik Shakti and Darshan goes extremely technical into how to understand what is the self you are talking about. You say, I want to do this, I want to do that, and I am the, I should be the best or whatever. This constant self-definition coming from a condition of the body, constant self-definition coming from condition of the mind, constant self-definition coming from me as an experiencer or me as the doer, as a karta and bhokta. That is constantly telling me what I am. I am defining myself through that. And then I form ideas of performance. And then the moment I am defining myself through what I am not, right there I have lost my peace. And then what happens? I am at the mercy of my body. I am at the mercy of my mind. I am at the mercy of my circumstances. I am at the mercy of any nutcase who wants to mess up my life. There are these people who are sadists these days. Nowadays I hear about this hacking, phone hacking, computer hacking. Recently I went through a case where I think it's some nutcase, psycho probably. He keeps changing the contacts in the phone. Does nothing. He doesn't take money. He doesn't delete accounts. Nothing. He just goes to that person's contacts and then changes the names. suppose if you have saved my name as Yogeshwar and then my number, instead of Yogeshwar, it will be written, I'll break your leg. If you come out, you will be dead. Your daughter is in danger. All kinds of things. Your father will die tomorrow. They keep on changing the context. I search for a contact, and then instead of that name, I have all these things. How will you feel? Imagine the level of scare. They change the phone, they change everything. Nothing happens. This contact keeps changing. This guy keeps doing that. You may buy a new phone. I will still change your contact. So there are people like this. They can mess up our life. There are people who have nothing to do, and then they want to have some sadistic pleasure in disturbing others. So we have all kinds of situations. We are like in a jungle where, have you ever seen an animal? Why I gave the jungle idea is because have we ever seen an animal that is relaxed naturally, not a pet that is completely under protection inside the house? No, even that pet is not relaxed. Moment there is something different, you see a dog is sleeping very peacefully. You say, oh, so cute, this doggy is sleeping peacefully. And then you just make a small rumble with your feet. Then immediately the ears will go up, earlobes will go up. It's constantly on the alert, fear. Everywhere in nature you see there is fear. You see in the forest there is fear, hyper alert. There is no peace. So after talking about understanding performance, we need to understand what is peace. And this is the transition. So this Viveka is what is the main point towards peace. Now, if we, in Yoga Shastra, we have a fantastic approach, This when it comes to understanding what is peace. Now that, we have to go into the inquiry of understanding what is performance, we need to spend time with that. It's not easy. We also need to spend time with understanding what is peace. So before we go into understanding what is peace, I will wrap up this understanding of performance with a main point. We need a neutral source of knowledge, a neutral source of understanding, which is not against logic, a pramana, that is going to help us discover what is to be done, what is not to be done, what is okay to be done, what is not okay to be done. Because our common sense may have some answers. In fact, if we start living our best to the best kind of clarity that common sense provides, even if we live up to that, it's already great. But we can start with common sense. So we have common sense, like basic everyday common sense. And then we have Shastra. We have the spiritual literature that tells us about things that we cannot understand by common sense. Then we have the exemplary people in every field that if you want to perform something. So if you want to become a great footballer, you need a coach. You need in sports, the sports people who have achieved, they know the importance of a coach. Sorry, you may be an ace athlete, you may know all the tricks of the trade, but still, when you want to go and do a workout, you are looking for a coach. So my daughter is a national level swimmer, and then she tells me that without the coach, they're telling me what to do. I cannot do my laps. I mean, there is a huge difference when I do the practice by myself, and then when my coach is there and then telling me and is giving me a workout. When my coach is giving me a workout, I'm able to do much better. You know why? Because the buddhi is surrendered to a source of authority. So that is called Shraddha. So for performance, in understanding performance, if you need to have clarity in performance before you perform, you need to have a very clearly cultivated Shraddha that is at the core of your performance. Shraddha that drives our performance. So even for enlightenment, even for jnana, they all translate jnana as intellectual or whatever. I mean, there is no dental knowledge. There is no knowledge for your teeth. There is only knowledge for your intellect. There is no knowledge for So the knowledge is always in the intellect. But anyway, so when it comes to buddhi, when it comes to jnana, you know what? We will be surprised to know that the Shastra says, Shraddhavan labate jnanam. It didn't say logic one labate jnanam, Shraddhavan labate jnanam. It didn't say Shraddhavan labate jnanam. So it is by Shraddha that knowledge comes, because our buddhi, our intellect, works in the direction pointed out by our commitment, the most natural commitment. In psychology games, in corporate, in organizational behavior, there used to be a lot of these. There are all these workshops, right, where they try to hone your attitude. So they try to, they give you some games and all that. So in that, they give the same situation, the same facts. The facts are same. Completely, the facts are same. The framework is the same. But if you give to two people, the two people interpret it and give a solution completely different. Completely different interpretation. The way they see the situation is completely different for two people, though both come from the same framework, from the same theory, from the same context. Everything is same profession, but because of Shraddha, because each one's Shraddha is different, because of our Shraddha is different, there is no English word for Shraddha. You may say a combination of commitment and surrender. A combination of commitment and surrender that is in the background that drives your intellect. So a kind of a combination of the power of commitment and the power of surrender that drives our thinking faculty to think in a certain line. So this is at the core of the yogic culture. This entire Vaidika Dharma, the core of the Vaidika Dharma from which the Yoga Shastra, from which this yoga has come. The core of this is understanding and cultivating the correct Shraddha that is useful for the individual's ultimate welfare. So that is at the core of our culture. So this is where the study and approach of yoga as a useful tool needs to rise above academic, above the academic level. Academy, there is a huge problem when it comes to understanding things as an academician. When one becomes an academician, then you say that is his opinion, this is his opinion, that's his opinion. Dude, what's your opinion? So many people will have their opinion. Then when I do an academic research, I keep my Shraddha away. And I give a dry work of information. It's like a cluster of information. Somebody else picks up and copy pastes this information and gets their PhD. So there are PhDs after PhDs coming out, but nothing is happening to people, and life goes on in the same stupid ways. And in different situations that we have to counter in our life, we respond in the same way, and it makes no difference to our Shraddha. So the Vaidika Dharma, which has brought out, in which this science and art of yoga has developed and has been handed over and developed, the core of understanding is around this concept of Shraddha. So I would like the different researchers to look into this aspect when you are seeing, both for oneself and when we teach and when we approach the subject. Because even, for example, in Adi Shankaracharya, because we are talking about understanding performance and understanding peace, we need to know what is understanding, right? So how you arrive at an understanding? You arrive at an understanding by Shraddha, not by information alone, because the information affects each individual according to their Shraddha. There is this Shankaracharya says in Sadhana Panchakam, Dustarka Suviramyatam, Shrutimataha Tarkaha Anusandhiyatam. So Shrutimataha Tarko Anusandhiyatam. Do not refrain from Dustarka, means non-productive, badly intended arguments. Dustarka means literally it's bad. It's not the bad doesn't do justice to it. It's mostly like counterproductive. It's a refrain from counterproductive logic. So Dustarkat Suviramyatam. Audio is there, video is there. Good. So Dustarkat Suviramyatam Shruti Mataha Tarkono Sandhiyatam. Yeah. But because you should refrain from counterproductive logic, that doesn't mean you should not argue at all. Develop the capacity to argue according to the direction provided by the Shruti, by the Veda. Shruti Mataha means keeping with the opinion or the direction given by the Shruti, may you apply logic. So that is for the Astikas, for the ones who are following Vedanta, he has given that. So now we can take a clue from that, because I don't expect all of you to be Vedantins or to be Hindus or to follow the Vedic tradition. There are people who don't belong to the Vedic tradition. It's all right. But we can take a cue from there. It gives us a wonderful lesson in psychology about how our buddhi works. We arrive at our understanding based on our Shraddha. This is what we need to understand. So we all need to spend some time with ourselves, spend some time with, we need to spend some time, what they call a soul searching, right? So we need to do some soul searching, each one of us, in things that are, at least in things that are important to us. So where exactly is my commitment? Where exactly is my surrender? What affects me deeply? How am I thinking about what I am thinking? Right? Whatever I'm thinking about, how am I thinking? We need to introspect and go into that and spend some time with ourselves. When we do that, we will understand, we will be like, oh my God, I thought I am doing it for this, but actually I'm doing it for that. And oh my God, I never knew that I am so deeply affected by this. Now, all these things are very, very important. So when we want to arrive at an understanding, let us all become conscious of where our Shraddha is. And when we understand where is our Shraddha, then we understand what is actually influencing our thinking process. Then we can decide based on our common sense and probably guidance of our mentors and coaches and elders and the exemplary people, if that Shraddha is healthy for me or not. Why I'm telling this is because, these people who follow the cult, there are different cults that people follow. When a person belongs to a cult, and then something goes wrong and the person is saved from the cult, the police goes and storms inside that cult headquarters or a sect or whatever, and then it saves those people who are psychologically enslaved there and comes out. So there is a process of deconditioning them. In that, they work with their Shraddha. So they make them question their Shraddha. Where is your Shraddha? They make them question their Shraddha. Then when they come out, they understand that, they are made to understand that wherever they have, whatever is their deep-seated belief, wherever is their strongest faith, is not helping them, it is actually harming them. And behind that, why it is able to work, when they realize it is actually harming, then they wake up from that and then they work on through therapy and everything and how to decondition themselves. Because no matter where is your Shraddha, I'm coming back to that same point, Atmanastu Kamaya Sarvam Priyam Bhavati. You are having Shraddha towards something not because of that thing. You are having Shraddha to somebody not because of that person. You are having Shraddha in a religion not because of that religion. It is because that is giving you an impression that it is ultimately good for you. So the moment you understand that this is not good for me, you will be able to give it up. But that understanding has to happen at a very deep level, and that has to be reinforced in Abhyasa. It has to be reinforced. Abhyasa Vairagya Abhyam and Nirodha. It comes in Yoga Sutra, right? That has to be reinforced by Abhyasa, and we need to create a context that will not keep on stimulating us, and it will help us in deconditioning us, which is Vairagya, both external context and an internal context. So, the Shraddha, no matter where is your Shraddha, behind all Shraddha is this one fundamental Shraddha in each one of us, that it has to be for my ultimate good. It is ultimately for me. So that is the core around with all the different kinds of Shraddha is built up. Now, that is why when we completely understand that, let me be happy, let me be free, let me be liberated, or let me be all this, the ultimate goodness, let me arrive at the ultimate goodness. Krishna, please tell me what is ultimately good for me. So once you arrive at that, then you can really understand performance and peace in that context. So then everything can be understood in our life, can be understood in that context, and then we can perform with peace. And only then can we perform with peace. Otherwise, it's not possible, because if you want to attack every little thing that disturbs your peace in every little context, it's going to be endless, because the number of variables that control, that influence our life at the level of the body, the number of variables that influence our energy levels, the number of variables that influence our thought patterns, our sense inputs, the number of variables that are influencing our attitudes, they are endless. It's endless. And especially now, on top of that, we have artificial intelligence driven social media and all the different electronic media. Everything is they're all coming for you. The whole multi-billion-dollar industry of artificial intelligence is just there to have a little piece of your brain, so that you will be hooked to the product. The whole thing is driven towards that. Everything is here to disturb our Shraddha, basically. But once we are committed to what is ultimately good for me, and I will go through that, and we spend time cultivating the correct Shraddha based on this basic fundamental Shraddha, that whatever I do is I do because it's good for me. I start from there. Then we can decide what is to be done, what is not to be done, what is to be avoided, and get the right motivation to act when you have to act, and right motivation not to act when I don't want to act. So this is at the core of performing with peace, and we can arrive at a wonderful understanding of this through the knowledge of two things. One is Triguna, Sattva, Rajas, Tamas. Bhagavad Gita chapters 14, 16 and 17, they elaborately talk about this, three gunas and three types of Shraddha and all that. So people can go through that, any commentary would do, because this is basically lifestyle and choice of things and understanding. Any commentary would do. Not necessary that you should go through Shankara commentary only for this. And any traditional commentary would do. And good elaboration. Any traditional commentary of Bhagavad Gita, not all this corporate Bhagavad Gita, but traditional commentary. You can study Bhagavad Gita. We are all research scholars, and so I'm sure that you would be able to find a decent commentary and scholarly commentary on Bhagavad Gita based on any sampradaya. Another thing that would help is certain practices of laya. The laya-based practices are at the core of discovering your Shraddha, because you shut your thinking. You are not thinking anything. You are developing that complete one-pointedness that is not based on thinking, but that is based on natural sense of absorption. So when you do that, and then create a kind of, it has to be done with proper personal guidance, but I'm just giving a clue here. So when we do that laya kind of concentration, and then self-inquiry in that context of stability that is brought out by laya, then what happens is, in the background, we will be able to understand where our commitment lies in any given context. So what happens is that this different kind of conflicting thoughts will not be there, and you are in a state of kind of what Patanjali calls as ekatattva abhyasa, something like that. So you arrive at laya. Here we are using laya as a concept, as a tattva. You are arriving at a kind of a naturally inclined concentration, that is laya. Then what happens? You have a context to become aware of the most fundamental urges and most fundamental tendencies in us when we spend more time with that. And a kind of an introspection that is awakening. We are awakening that intention to introspect. I will put it like this. we awaken the intention to introspect in a context of silence and stability a peace, a context of in a platform of peace and stability and silence that is created by Laya. I am awakening my intention to understand myself. So when we do this, we will really understand how our Shraddha thing works, and we will understand the different conflicting movements of our ego, and we will learn, we will awaken to that basic Shraddha that is ultimately good for me, what is good for me. So we will see how we are relating to the different goals that we have. And then when we do spend time every day a little bit on this, whenever we have some free time, instead of going around in our phone or entertaining our senses, if we spend some time in this kind of a meditation, we will develop this background sense of awareness of what is driving us in every situation, what is driving our ego. We will be able to be aware of that. And then maybe we can understand whatever I need to perform, do I really need to perform? Okay, yes, I need to perform. Then we can take all the different tools of yoga that we have, and then we can proceed and fix the body with hatha yoga, or fix your mind, sense faculties with dharana, trataka, or whatever, or then fix your energy levels with pranayama, or you can fix your thinking process with proper study of Shastra Swadhyaya and some japa and these things like that, or listening to discourses. And you can fix our thinking with introspection and analysis, and then arrive at it. And then we can read motivational books to make us more intense in that line of Shraddha. All that can be done, provided, it's like this corporate example they give in all this corporate training. A manager is somebody who manages a team to effectively put the ladder on the wall. A manager is somebody who motivates and manages the team and the resources to effectively put the ladder on the wall in the right way, with a good quality, right? Good output. A leader is one who knows what is the right wall to put the ladder on. Right? So that is at the core of everything. And this is always missed in all kinds of yoga things, where we are missing the point of viveka, we are missing the point of atmanastu kama sarvam priyam bhavati, the basic fundamental value that drives our human life, that needs to be addressed. And only if we address that, we will be able to perform with peace. Of course, there are a lot of technical things I can talk about, and it's endless. You are all research scholars. I wanted to focus on this because we have Google. You can Google everything. So I don't need to come here and blurt out information, put a PowerPoint, because so that is again a pressure. I went through this process. I went through this soul searching on what I need to go through. I am going to address a college. I am not an academician. I am a yogi, so I am more like a sadhu. I am wondering, I'm going to sit with all these PhDs and professors, and man, I have to make a PowerPoint. All that started coming. And then yesterday I was showed one sample of a lecture, and then that lady was presenting with PowerPoints, a lot of information there, and very organized, well organized. And then all this creates pressure. And then I said, okay, stop it. And then I was introspecting, and then I came back to my fundamental drive. My fundamental drive as a teacher for me is, what can I give my students that Google cannot give? That is my drive. So what I am going to give now, can Google give this? If Google can give this, then I am not needed. They can Google it. So can an AI give this? Can some Alexa or something else give this? Then I am not needed. They don't need me. They have information. So we are in a situation of information explosion, that fingertips. Literally, the world of information is at our fingertips. So we don't need another human to come and blurt out what Google is already blurting out on the screen. So I decided to focus on this aspect, which in my journey as a student of yoga, I found that it is completely missing. and only addressed by the master to the disciple at a personal level. And with the Guru's grace, God's grace, I have been blessed with the right gurus who were able to mentor me and give me all these inputs at the right time, so that I could develop this understanding, and which is not available in the yoga industry. So I have made it my commitment, as in my role as a teacher, as a facilitator, to address these fundamental aspects that give direction to the process of yoga and direction to the practices and to the process of teaching and disseminating this wisdom of yoga. So this is the point. And when it comes to peace, there is one small, the basic concept of peace according to Yoga Shastra, I would like to address. There is a clue, there is a fantastic clue in Patanjali Yoga Sutra. It says, Yoga Anushasanam, Yoga Chittavritti Nirodha. He says, Tada Drashtu Swarupe Avasthani. Why am I doing yoga? Just to be myself, just to experience myself as I am. Then am I not experiencing myself as I am and I am not doing yoga? No. Vritti Sarupyam Itaratra. When you are not in yoga, when you are in bhoga, you are considering the qualities of the mind, considering the different modes of the mind to be yourself. So it's like, when my car becomes me, I have an excellent car. I have some, let us say, some BMW M5 or something. And then I'm the BMW, that's my identity. I'm the human who invented this car in the first place. I am superior to that. Okay, I am the master. But my identity comes from this BMW M5. I am wearing the latest collection of shoes. I am wearing the latest collection of, this designer's dress. All this, am I wearing lipstick before I go out of my room? So all self-image created from things. Now, as yoga students, we may laugh at it. Then if we look at ourselves, then our self-image comes from something else. Our self-image comes from how I am accepted in my immediate crowd, and then how I am seen by my near and dear ones. So, vritti sarupyam itaratra. Whenever it is bhoga, what is bhoga? Bhoga is nothing but losing oneself in an experience. Be it a worldly experience or a spiritual experience, there's no difference. If I am losing myself, my sense of self, my understanding, my self-concept is lost in an experience, there is bhoga. And then what happens? That bhoga keeps on feeding my sense of self-image, and my self-definition gets colored by that. Then it leads to a big roga, which is called samsara. So this whole samsara is nothing but the roga that is created by bhoga. And what is the cure for that is yoga, which is nothing but viveka, of separating, separating my connection with the pain causing dukkha sanyoga viyoga, my connection with pain, disconnecting my connecting with pain. So if at all yoga is to be talked as something, it is disunion. Yoga is not union. It is disunion of my union with pain or the pain causing factors. It is my disunion of my union with the limitation. So tada drashtu swarupya avastha. Now I am just going to be myself, instead of considering myself at different modes of mind. Okay, Yogeshwar, but what about a peaceful mind? Don't we need a peaceful mind? Yes. So now let's talk about peaceful mind. So is there something called as happy mind? Yoga Shastra says no. There is only something called as a painful mind and a painless mind. There is nothing called a pleasurable mind. There is no positive. It only says vritteyaha, panchatayaha, klishta. There are five kinds of vrittis, only in two categories. It is either painful or it is not giving you pain. But does it give you anything? It doesn't give you anything extra. It lets you be. It's not painful. It's not adding suffering. It is not painful, or it is creating pain. But when it is not painful, why do you like all those things like Vishokava, Jyotishmati, all they say, no, all these painless states of mind, why do I like them? Because they let me be myself. They kind of reflect my nature, which is Ananda, which is limitlessness. So whenever I lose my touch with my limitlessness, I experience pain. Whenever I am restricted, I experience pain. So when we want peace, we are not making peace a target in time. That's extremely important to understand this, that peace is not a target in time achieved as an experience like a nice hot cup of adrak chai. No, we are not talking about that. Peace is an experience, but peace is not a mediated experience. Peace, what we call as a feel good, what we call as a feel good in the yoga industry, that feel good is not peace. Feel good is laya, which is keeping away. Feel good is basically a state of mind without feeling bad. Feel good is a state of mind where pain is absent, but you are not getting anything. But what you are already experiencing. Something that is closer to what you already are. So you don't have to work for peace. You don't have to work for happiness. You are the peace. You are the happiness. And all we need to do is to disconnect ourselves from all the factors that are hampering our vision of ourselves. So once we are grounded in the vision of ourselves and we understand what it is, and once we understand the completeness which is our nature, then we can arrive at the right kind of clarity that will drive our performance in the right direction for all the different contexts of life. And then performance can be with peace, of course, with a little bit of added inputs from yoga techniques, which are very useful practically, and they are being addressed all the time. So I choose to address this core concept instead of yoga techniques. And if there are going to be questions, you are free to ask me questions about yoga techniques and all that. And in your personal practice, if there are any issues that you are trying to address, and in your research in Yoga Shastra, there is some confusion in direction. Anything under the umbrella of yoga, you can post questions. Also, in line with Anuprashna, you can also do an Anuprashna based on what I talked, and you can also have a Pariprashna, the question that is well thought out based on the same topic that we are around, performance and peace, and any other general questions in yoga. Don't test my information, don't try to ask me questions in a way that, because this is an academic thing, there is a lot of academic competition. We tend to ask questions to show how smart we are or how well informed we are, or we ask questions to test. So if you try to ask me questions regarding my information, I'm going to ask you to Google it. So don't ask me information like, what is that, what is this, what is written in that sutra. I'm not going to tell all that. You can find all that in Google. Please ask me questions that will that you think I will be able to contribute in a meaningful way, right? So I will conclude my discourse here, and I wish this was an interactive lecture, like in a classroom, but I don't know if that technology is possible in Zoom. Maybe we can Google about it and try to find it out for the next time, or it would be great to have a proper classroom sessions for this. But it's all right. It's all right. Better than nothing. And I'm very glad that I was able to talk to you all. So now I throw the floor open for questions.
Okay, sir. Sir, thanks for the wonderful sessions. Shall give some time for the participants to raise questions. They have sent me some questions personally to you, sir. During international level competition.
Just give me a second. I'm just seeing many of your.
What type of yoga we should do to keep our mind in peace, sir? Because a lot of people are all physical educationists. They are excelling in a very big way. So they want to know which type of yoga we should do to keep our mind in peace, sir.
You cannot do any yoga to put yourself in peace. We cannot do any. The essence of this whole lecture was that you can't do anything to put yourself in peace.
Okay.
The thing is, peace is our nature.
Okay.
We need to first understand that peace is my fundamental nature. And we can try to stop doing all those things that are disturbing our peace. Starting from wrong imaginations about ourselves, which is avidya, then stopping to create all kinds of self-image boosting artificial ideas about ourselves, and then defining our happiness based on satisfaction of desires and getting rid of things that are disturbing us, raga dvesha, and examining how we are, our compulsions. There are different compulsions that we have that pushes us, that makes us be stuck with situations. We will not be able to even think, the situation drives us crazy, right? That's called abhinivesha, something that makes you, hold on to a situation. So we start examining our compulsions and then work with them. There we can probably to slow down. Probably we can use yoga techniques to slow down. We can do some stretches in the mornings, and we can do some, for example, when we do Surya Namaskara, we need not do 108 Surya Namaskara, make it another self-image problem. Please don't make Surya Namaskara another self-image problem. It is enough to do maximum of 12 sets of Surya Namaskara, and even 3 to 6 sets is enough. It's Guinness record Surya Namaskara, and all these competitive approach in yoga techniques we can stop, and instead we can take a contemplative approach where we do a yoga sadhana for our own sake first. I do an asana to to be able to get that harmony, to get that rhythm. And when I do each posture, for example, when I do Surya Namaskara, in each posture I can stay in that posture with Prayatna Shaitalya Ananta Samapatti Dhyam, like Patanjali says. We can try to apply those concepts. When I say, like, for example, there is a Hasta Uttanasana, I'm staying in Surya Namaskara, Hasta Uttanasana. My mind can be, in my balance in the feet. Then I stretch from the hip. I can keep my, I don't need to strain my neck. In every asana, there is a key effort. So when it comes to asana, there is a key effort that helps me to maintain that asana. And then there is the rest of the body needs to be relaxed. Like, how in sports you people say, when they are going to the gym, doing some workout, you say, breathe, breathe. They keep on telling you, keep breathing, relax and keep breathing. So like that in asana also, we need to relax all those muscles that are not involved in the posture and apply only the relevant effort and do not strain the breathing. So whatever is the correct breathing for the posture, we need to apply that. And then we do that. And then it creates a certain kind of alertness and the well-being and the lightness, what we say, angalaghavam, that lightness of limbs it creates. And that can be a good context for us to slow down. And then we can, examine our urges, do some pranayama and slow down. So we can do that and then arrive at some pranayama. It helps us to slow down. And once we slow down, the abhinivesha is not catching us too much. Then we can examine our likes and dislikes, introspection, have a healthy conversation, all that. And we examine our likes and dislikes. We may go to a therapist and then we can reassess our priorities. And then arrive at examining our ego structure. And so these are called kleshas. Avidya, asmita, raga, dvesha, abhinivesha, klesha. Klesha means pain causing. So when we remove these kleshas, we are in peace automatically, because peace is our nature. We can't do anything for peace. So this is the...
Yeah, thank you. So thank you for the beautiful, wonderful answer for this question, sir. We have a small, normal question. Even I have from my heart. So what are the asanas we should do to remain young, energetic, and to live with peacefulness?
Sorry, these are very generic. What is this?
See, to remain young, energetic, and to live with peacefulness.
It's a very generic question. Who is asking this? Young and energetic. Maybe I can address this. Because we are talking about yoga.
Yeah.
There is a fundamental problem in the yoga industry where we tend to project yoga as a one-point solution for all issues and solutions. So that is a very big problem, and we are very clumsy, including, I'm also part of the yoga industry. The yoga industry is appallingly clumsy. So when you compare the level of research and the level of involvement and the level of focus that other professions are showing, we as a yoga industry, we are extremely clumsy. There is not a single yoga event that is, not clumsy. And you go for therapy, the approach to therapy is clumsy. The guy has no clue about anatomy. The fellow has no clue about tridosha. So he just goes on giving some random nadi shuddhi, do this, do that. And even so-called very famous, there are people who have come to me with compounded problems after they went for therapy with some. So the point is, as a yoga industry, we are giving false hope. If you do yoga, you will always remain young. You will not always remain young. No matter what yoga you do, you're going to become old and die. And there is no going away from that. We are going to get old and we are going to get disease and we're going to die. Even with yoga, we will get disease. There are yogis who have died of cancer. There are non-yogis who have lived a very healthy life, drinking alcohol and smoking weed up to 100 years. And then there are yogis who have practiced perfect yoga like that, the Padma Shri awardee from Coimbatore, that yoga party, I forgot her name. Like that, very healthy people, very flexible, they're able to, totally because of yoga. And we have like Swami Baba Ramdev, who has cured himself of certain illnesses through yoga. And we have B.K. Iyengar, who had reinvented asanas through props in order to make himself come out of his injury. And then he has taught that as a method for everybody in Iyengar Yoga. So we have examples of yogis who have kind of slowed down. Of course, we do have scientific proof that the practice of Hatha Yoga slows down the aging process. It is true. It's true. Meditation slows down the aging process. It is true. But it does not help you get rid of old age. That's very important. You need to understand. So we cannot always remain young, but we can always remain young in spirit. We have a choice to remain young in spirit. That we can work on. By understanding that Atma is eternal, the Purusha, eternal. The Prakriti here is there to serve the Purusha. So if you don't get this Prakriti, later you will get another Prakriti. So as a Purusha, as a conscious principle, you are always eternal and you are always young. Because you are always new, because you are not subjected to time. You are not a product of time. You are not a slave of time. You are not affected by time. So when we understand that, we don't have a problem of, we will have a mind. The effect of this understanding on the mind is that it will make us always have the spirit of being young. Spirit of being young is basically the openness, the willingness, and the energy. That is what. So when we say young, there are certain qualities that are accompanying youth. Enthusiasm, energy. So we had Kanchi Mahaswami, who was like when he was 98, his mental alertness was on top level. And he was, and we had another monk who attained Samadhi recently in Karnataka, one Lingayat Veerashaiva monk, one very senior monk. So that Swamiji was like 100 plus, and he was working till the last day. So we have all these examples of our saints and sages and yogis who have displayed the spirit of youth. You see Baba Ramdev, I'm sure he's more than 60 years old, and he's wrestling with people on the stage. He's competing with the Olympic wrestler, and he's always showing that enthusiasm. So this you will have by yoga, yeah.
Very good.
But
Thank you, sir. We have another general question from Dr. A.K. Vela. He has asked, what are the types of yoga that you can perform daily?
Right. Okay. When it comes to daily practice, we need to understand a few things. One, how much time? So there are two kinds of yoga practices you can do. One is a dedicated yoga session, probably in the morning, evening, etc., or before lunch. A dedicated yoga practice session. That's one thing that every one of us know, or going to a yoga class, ityadi. But there is also another thing, like how, micro dosing yoga. you can do strategically placed micro yoga sessions throughout your day in between activities. For example, you are waiting in a bus stand for a bus. At that moment, sorry. Peslama?
We have another question from Mr. Jagannathan, sir.
Yeah, but idu mudichira idu nanu answer pannala.
Small interest.
So there are two things. One is a yoga session, dedicated yoga session, because most of our practice is suffering because we are not able to allot that half an hour or 1 hour yoga time, 1.5 hour yoga time. Time illa, we keep saying, right? We don't have time. But it need not be like that. First, let me decide how much time I can give for a dedicated yoga session. So whenever I do individual training for people, I first ask them, how much time can you give me every day for a dedicated yoga session? First, half an hour, 15 minutes, 45 minutes, no matter, you tell me what, but stick to it. You say half an hour, you commit half an hour of your everyday time for yoga. I need that half an hour and no compromise, nothing else in your life should come into it unless somebody near and dear is having a heart attack. Other than that, there should be no compromise for that half an hour, right? So that is a dedicated time. First thing, sit and think without being over ambitious. How much of a dedicated everyday practice time can I allot? No. Then find techniques that you can plant in between activities that you can, if you probably contact me, I can help you arrive at it. Strategically plant techniques that will, help you to integrate the principles of yoga in your everyday life. So that you can do. So these two things combine together. So based on how much time you have allotted, you can consult with your yogacharya and decide what practices can you do in that allotted time to get the maximum benefit according to the purpose for which you are practicing yoga. So that would be the approach. Next. Am I visible and audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because there is no power here. I'm on battery and I think it's working. I have 59% on my phone. I have 44% in my laptops. I'm good. Proceed. There is a question in the chat. Often people facing challenges on live with moment, losing concentration or rather multiple thoughts, doing duty that results in dissatisfaction or far away from peace. Solution to attain sustainable peace while performing commitments. Again, this question from Jagannathan C to everyone. Should I address that or should I go to some other question that you already have?
No, sir. You can just go with the question, sir. Losing concentration and because of multiple thoughts, sir. Yeah, you can go for that, sir.
Right. So we have to understand this losing concentration. The doing duty that results in dissatisfaction of not being able to do it in the right way. I'm assuming that. So I am assuming that you are talking about something like a ADD or like attention deficit disorder kind of thing. So we have to see at what level the problem is. For usually this kind of issues, concentration on multiple thought, the central approach is basically pranayama. Pranayama with kumbhaka. And to reduce the rush of the natural mind, the prana to calm down, they can start with vegetarian food, but more balanced. Not vegetarian food doesn't mean just eating rice, having a lot of vegetables and protein and all that, but more vegetarian food combined with pranayama and reducing the stimulants like coffee and tea. Because usually these people who find challenges of losing themselves, they try to find an intense sensation. So all these people who lose concentration on a casual level, they usually look for an intense sensation as a strong drink or a strong sensation or very loud music or something that helps them to like that, that grounding. So instead of that, they can do some physical exercises combined with some pranayama and vegetarian food. When they do this, over a period of time, over like probably 3 weeks or 4 weeks, they will be able to arrive at that, they will be able to get the better sense of the things that drag you away from your concentration, that force will reduce. So pranayama will do that. Pranayama with kumbhaka, with especially mula bandha, no? Exhale and hold, exhale, hold and mula bandha. 5 counts. Release the mula bandha, inhale deep, again exhale gradually, exhale completely, hold the breath outside, 5 counts, mula bandha. You do that a few times and relax for a minute. Listen, just watch your rhythm of the breathing effortlessly, and you can get back. So that's like a 5 minutes, 2 minutes practice. You can do that. That will help you to get back your mind in any situation. It is given in Yoga Sutras. Yachantana vidharanabhyam va pranasya. So that technique is very useful for getting your mind back on track. Yeah, next.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Sure.
We can just move on to the Thanksgiving part, sir.
Yes, good.
Okay,
Right.
thank you. Thank you so much.
And thank you very much for inviting me.
What, sir?
Thank you very much for inviting me. And
Yeah. Many
I'm
thanks,
glad to
sir.
be here.
I'll give the formal vote of thanks, sir.
Yes. Carry
Thank
on.
you, sir. Thank
Carry
you so
on.
much. We would like to thank the Yoga Guru, Yogeshwar Karthik, for his heart-touching presentation on yoga. He gave a new dimension for yoga through his magical words that gave new life to yoga. We are all gifted to hear a wonderful flow of knowledge through his worldwide experience. Thank you, Guru, for accepting our invitation to be a resource person for this faculty development program. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. We shall all, participants, we shall all meet at 2 p.m. for the afternoon session. Have a nice day. Take care. Bye-bye.
May I leave the meeting?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
ഹലോ, കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ? ഹലോ ഹലോ, നീ അവിടെ നിന്ന് പറഞ്ഞേ. സംസാരിക്കും. ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത് കേൾക്കാവോ? ഇപ്പം കേൾക്കാം. ഹലോ ദീപക് 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 ദീപക്
தீபக் யாருப்பா இருக்கா? தீபக்கா என்ன கோவஸ்டா போடுப்பா உடனே. என்ன கோவஸ்டா போடு தீபக். இமிடியேட்டா போடு. ராஜ்குமார் சார் டக்குன்னு வர சொல்லுப்பா. தம்பி ராஜ்குமார் சார் பண்ணிட்டியா? என்னப்பா? அவரு கெஸ்ட் வந்துட்டாரு. பண்ணிட்டியாப்பா? ஓகே ஓகே ஓகே. நான் ராஜ்குமார் சார் உள்ள வர சொல்லுங்க.
இதுதான் வராமல்.
சார் வணக்கம் சார்.
கேக்குதுங்களா சார்?
கேக்குது சார், நல்லா கேக்குது சார், நல்லா கேக்குது.
ஓகே.
ஆன் டைம் சார், ஒரு 2 to 3 மினிட்ஸ்ல வந்துருவாங்க எல்லாரும்.
நோ இஷ்யூ சார்.
தேங்க்யூ சார், தேங்க்யூ. மேடம் வணக்கம் மேடம். மேடம் உங்களுக்கு இன்னும் இதுவா இருக்கு மேடம். மேடம் நல்லா இருக்கீங்களா மேடம்? நீங்க பேசுறது கால் விழல மேடம்.
Dr. Jyoti, how are you, Dr. Jyoti? Can you hear me?
Audible now?
Yeah, now you are audible. You are now audible.
Okay, I have removed that earphone. Okay.
Yeah, fine. We shall wait for another few minutes.
Wait
Then we can start the session.
எல்லாரும் wait பண்ணிக்கலாம். Okay, okay, okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
ராஜ்குமார் சார் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாம் சார்.
Okay, sir. We shall start. Okay. Thank you.
சார் கண்ட்ரோலர் சார்.
Dr. Sandil is ready. Yeah.
இல்ல சார் வந்துட்டு வருங்க. வீடியோ ஆன் பண்ணிட்டோம்.
Sir. Okay. Done.
சார் வீடியோ வந்துருச்சா? வந்துட்டா. ஓகே. ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுங்க சார்.
Thank you, Dr. Mohan. We shall start the afternoon session now. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We shall start the afternoon session now. I request Dr. Sandil, HOD, Department of Yoga, to give the formal welcome address.
Thank you, Dr. Jesus, sir. A very good afternoon to one and all. I'd like to welcome our Honorable Controller of Examination, Dr. Gunasekaran, sir, for this Day 2 Faculty Development Program organized by Directorate of Sports. He is one of our well-wisher from our management and really a good sports lover. So on behalf of Directorate of Sports and my own behalf, once again, I welcome you, sir. And I welcome our today's resource person, Dr. Jyoti Dayanandan, Madam, Associate Professor, Department of Physical Education, YMCA College of Physical Education, Chennai, for this Day 2 Faculty Development Program. With her busy schedule, he's readily accepted our invitation and joined with us to share her knowledge. So we are very grateful to you, ma'am. And I welcome our Director Sports, Dr. R. Mohan, and Organizing Secretary of this FDP, Dr. NC Jesus Rajkumar, sir, for this occasion. And I welcome our staff members and PhD scholars of the Directorate of Sports for this occasion. And I welcome all the participants who are here for this day 2 faculty development program. Welcome one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Sindel. Thank you so much for welcoming everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to welcome and request our Honorable Controller of Examination to give the inaugural address. Sir, please.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். Very good afternoon to all of you. It is my privileged pleasure to give inaugural address of the second day of this FDP program organized by the Department of Sports, Light Data Sports. First of all, how important of our faculty. See, they are the lifeblood of our institution. So for any institution, a faculty members of lifeblood. So they are directly responsible for delivering the top of line knowledge, and they are training our students. So it is the passion of the faculty member, and there are hard work and authenticated interactions that help upholding the reputation of our any institutions. So in line with that, the faculty development should lie at the heart of any higher education institution to create and emphasize the learner-centered teaching. The main idea behind this faculty development program across the world is upskill, enhancing the knowledge in the particular domain. The curriculum of various programs at many universities are updated, and they are keeping pace with the changing demands. Currently, what is the demands of the industry? It also includes the sports. So here it is a sports. I think this is the first time SRM Data Sports is organizing this kind of FTP. So students to join the courses with some expectation of learning of the latest development in their particular domains. Maybe the younger faculty who have graduated more recently, maybe better skilled up, but the experienced faculty are the backbone of teaching and learning environment as well as the academic administration of the organization of any universities. Therefore, it is very much necessary to provide them with some opportunity to upgrade the skills to meet out the current expectation of the particular domains. There are many ways we can develop it for faculty to upskill themselves, like attending conferences and training programs, getting involved in the research projects, likewise some earning some online certification also, like MOOCs courses by through this kind of faculty development programs. So well-planned and organized faculty development program is an investment in human resources, and ultimately the results are in enhancing the teaching and learning experience. So the results clearly will show when your faculty attended like this kind of faculty development opportunities, engaging in a self-trained improvement process. Also, they underwent some routine evaluations process. Definitely, these kind of practices will change considerably. So, generally, our students need some technological development in global ways of exploration and the growth. So, every faculty became a learner before they became a teacher. It is a two-way process, actually. To maximize the ability of faculty to teach and the students to learn and nurture a productive culture. So in this way, the faculty development should lie at the heart of any higher education institutions. So keeping this in mind, the Director for Sports Dr. Morgan Christian's taken an effort to conduct this kind of first FTP program in the writer sports. I have gone through the program schedule. There are actually faculty around, generally they used to conduct 5 days or 6 days. Now SARA's conducted up to for 7 days. Conducting 1 day seminar, 1 day workshop is still very difficult nowadays. But organizing this kind of 7 days continuous program, coordinating with the experts members, the hats of you, the team who have taken the effect of for the conducting FTP program. And I have gone through the different topic, especially the relevant sports domain. As Dr. Sendil Kumar mentioned, I am also a lover of sports, especially cricket. I used to watch all IPL, even if it goes 11 o'clock. Even sometimes other countries they are playing cricket. No, whenever India participates, in even the midnight also there may be a daytime. I used to watch. So when I was a childhood, what my physical director, physical PT master used to say in the school level. So by the time what I learned, now extraordinary growth, the development of technological, like a third umpire, for starting with third umpire, now they're tracking everything. Likewise, each and every sports, there are a lot of growth are there. And we are proudly said that many sports people from SRM participating in national level and international level, like a Natha Kumaran, for example, recently for example. And our director of sports frequently sending the mail, SRM summit, got this medal, won this gold medal, silver medal, like frequently without any gap, I'm getting a mails. So hats off you, and I heartily congratulate the team members for organizing this kind of FTP, which is very much necessary nowadays for any domain of FTP. So that they can learn, they can able to know that what is happening outside, what is the development of technological. So in what way we can improve our side, so that our people may get trained more. So those kind of things definitely necessary. In this way, once again, I congratulate the team people organizing this kind of FTP. And today the topic is technological development, technological doping in sports. That is also very much important. Every sports, there is a need of this kind of instrumentation, and how they are identifying and how they are overcoming those. Very much necessary. I think the today's expert member, Dr. Jyoti Dayanandan, may take for the section, and you can learn a lot from her. Definitely, no doubt on that. And all the participants, I wish all the very participants to get benefit out of this FDP program and try to implement in your future in your career. Thank you for the opportunity given. I take thank you very much. Nandri, Vanakkam.
Thank you so much for your encouraging and voting words, sir. So happy, sir. You gave a beautiful and wonderful inaugural address. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to introduce the research person of today's afternoon. I feel immense happiness and proud to introduce Dr. Jyoti Dayanandan. She was my classmate in Gwalior. We both did BP there. She's so good in kabaddi, athletics, basketball, rhythmic gymnastics, and you just keep on counting the sports. And in 1 year, she represented Jivaji University in 8 major sports. She was so good in academics, equally in sports too. She did her BPE at LNCP, Jivaji University in the year 1987, MPE during 1989, MPhil in physical education. She did her thing in kinesiology and biomechanics at Gwalior. She completed her doctorate in exercise physiology in Annamalai University, Chidambaram in the year 2003. Her area of specialization is physical education, exercise physiology, kinesiology, and biomechanics. She has 26 years and 9 months experience as assistant professor. Now she is working as associate professor in YMCA College of Physical Education. So far, she has guided 14 PhD scholars, and they have been awarded. And she is a member of 3 international journals. She is an editorial board, and nearly 35 publications she has published in international journals and 44 in national level. She has published many research articles in worldwide and reputed journals. May I request Dr. Jyoti Dayanandan to give the presentation. Thank you, Dr. Jyoti.
Thank you, Dr. NCJ Rajkumar, for the beautiful introduction that you have made. And I'm indebted to Dr. K. Gunashekaran sir also for so kind and such a beautiful presentation. And the knowledge that you have has been empowered us. Thank you so much, sir. So let me congratulate before I get on to my main thing, just 30 seconds of we need to have a sense of appreciation. So my sincere thanks goes to the convener who is the motivator, who is the brainchild of bringing up this program, Dr. R. Mohan Krishnan, who was also my student. I'm very fortunate to see you sitting on such a big platform and in such a big position. So may God bless you. Also, my sincere congratulations to the organizing secretary, Dr. N.C. J. Rajkumar, and the co-convener, Dr. Albert. And there's a member, they are all working, Dr. Sindel, Dr. Louis, Dr. Azad Ali Khan, and Madam Juliet. So, and there are many more people like PhD scholars are all working behind in bringing up this beautiful program. Deepak and many more are there. Anyhow, so let me start with the dear learned members who all have gathered in this platform. A very big namaste, and may I now take your permission in sharing my PowerPoint presentation. Okay, so the topic that was basically asked, ma'am, what would you speak on? And this is the thing that we will go with it. So I just had chosen the topic of technology duping. So duping is something which is said to be illegal. Okay, that's a substance which is not being provided to any athlete. And what we prefer is basically the world looks at every body should be viewed in the same, tarazu, we call it as a weighing machine. So the performer should not be benefited with anything one and another is not being benefited. So when you look into this doping, there are different types of doping which are being divided according to their doping classes. So the most common becomes, as we all know, is the stimulants and the hormones. But beyond that, we also have something which goes on, and we have not been able to catch them red-handed, right? So the drug abuse is the athlete population may.
Madam, 1 minute, madam. And the screen கொஞ்சம் பெருசா பண்ணுங்க மேடம். நீங்க screen
sharing ஆவலையா?
உங்களுக்கு sharing ஆகுது மேடம். பட் பிக்கா தெரியல.
PPT மோட்ல வரலையா?
PPT மோட்ல வரல மேடம். சாதாரணமா மோட்ல இருக்கு. கொஞ்சம் மாத்துங்க மேடம்.
Okay, ma. Okay, I'll stop it and I'll go back again. Okay. Am I visible now? Can I put it to PPT?
இல்ல மேடம், அந்த PPTல கீழ உங்களுக்கு இது இருக்கும் பாருங்க மேடம்.
இப்போ வந்துச்சா?
சரி மேடம், ஓகே மேடம், பண்ணுங்க மேடம்.
ஸ்கிரீன் வந்துச்சாமா? இல்லமா, I have prepared it.
வரல.
இன்னும் வரல. Okay, I will stop sharing.
கீழ இருக்கும் பாருங்க உங்களுதுல. ஸ்லைட் ஷோ போட்டுருங்க மேடம்.
இல்லனா I am very been working on my PPT all the time, so not a matter. Let me get on. Just give me 30 seconds. I shall again get on. Yours is Zoom platform, is that? இப்போ பாருங்க.
இப்போ வந்துருச்சு மேடம். நீங்க கீழ அந்த கிளிக் நோட்ஸ் கீழ அந்த PowerPoint பிரசன்டேஷன் கிளிக் பண்ணா வந்துரும்.
சொல்லுப்பா கோவிந்த்.
மேடம் மேடம் அந்த பிரஸ் ஹோம் நீங்க என்ன பண்றீங்கன்னா மேடம் ஒண்ணும் இல்லை மேடம் F5 இருக்குல்ல F5 அதை கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க மேடம் உங்க இதுல உள்ள F5 பண்ணுங்க F5 கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க ஃபுல் ஸ்கிரீன் வந்துரும் பாரு ஷேர் பண்ணிட்டு இது ஓபன் ஆனதுக்கு அப்புறம் F5 பண்ணுங்க கீபோர்ட்ல இருக்கு மேடம் கீபோர்ட்ல இருக்கு பாருங்க F5 சரி மேடம் நீங்க பண்ணுங்க மேடம் ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை பண்ணுங்க பாத்து நீங்க உங்க ஸ்கிரீனை பார்த்து இது பண்ணுங்க அவ்வளவு மேடம் ஒண்ணும் இல்லை மேடம் நீங்க இது பண்ணிக்க மேடம் அன்மியூட் பண்ணிட்டு பேசுங்க நீங்க
இப்ப தெரியுதா? இப்ப கேக்குதா? தீபக் சேஞ்ச் ஆயிருக்கு.
கேக்குது மேடம் கேக்குது மேடம் நீங்க ஆரம்பிங்க மேடம் ஓகே மேடம்
இப்ப ஷேர் இது ஸ்லைட் மாறுதா?
மாறுது இப்ப மாறுது கரெக்டா இருக்கு மாறுது
இல்ல இப்ப பாரு, இப்ப மாறுதா?
மாறுது மேடம். இப்ப நம்பர் 3ல இருக்கீங்க இப்போ.
இப்போ
கரெக்டா?
ஃபுல் ஸ்கிரீன் வந்துச்சா?
ஃபுல் ஸ்கிரீன் வரதுக்கு உங்க கையில தான் கண்ட்ரோல்.
அது ஏன் அப்படி ஆகல? யூசுவலா நான்
மேடம் இந்த
ஆ.
இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்டர் டிசைன் இருக்குல்ல, அங்க போய் ஸ்லைட் ஷோன் இருக்குல்ல, அதை கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க.
ஓகே.
அந்த from the beginning அதெல்லாம் வேணா கேன்சல் பண்ணுங்க. அதை கேன்சல் பண்ணுங்க. from the beginning இருக்கு பாருங்க இந்த லெஃப்ட்ல, இதை கேன்சல் பண்ணுங்க. from the beginning கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க.
வந்துச்சா?
இருங்க மேடம், இப்பதான் சுத்திட்டு இருக்குது அங்கேயே.
இப்போ
வரல மேடம்,
வரலையா?
கை நிக்குது.
சரி ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ண சொல்லுங்க சார்.
சரி நீங்க ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ண முடியும்.
நாங்க இடையில ஆட் பண்ணி
நம்ம ஆட் பண்ணிக்கலாம். நீங்க அப்படியே ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுங்க. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இதுக்கு வந்துருங்க.
இப்போ ஃபர்ஸ்ட்ல தான் இருக்கு. செகண்ட் போச்சா?
இல்ல ஃபர்ஸ்ட்டுக்கு வரலையே.
இப்ப போதா?
இல்ல மேடம் வரல. உங்க பேர் மட்டும் தான் இருக்கு.
சரி, நான் இவருக்கு மெயில் பண்றேன். யாருக்கு?
சூர்யாஜித் கோவிந்த், யாருக்கு இருந்தாலும் சரி.
கோவிந்துக்கு அனுப்புறேன்.
இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ் மட்டும் சொல்லிட்டு இருங்க மேடம்.
Okay. So when you looked in Tokyo Olympics, what had happened was
போட்டோ கேமரா ஆன் பண்ணிங்க.
ஒரு செகண்ட். கோவிந்துக்கு அனுப்பிச்சிட்டேன். அந்த ஹையா இருக்கிறதுனால போயிட்டு இருக்கு. கோவிந்த். Fine. So when we look into the Olympics, the main thing that stands is all of us, all the athletes are on the same platform with the same performance. But the only thing that adds is the technology which makes the changes in an individual. Fine. So when you look into this technological doping, what happens is, ipo therida edavadhu therida?
தெரியுது மேடம், ஆனா ஃபுல் ஸ்கிரீன்ல தெரியல.
சரி, இப்போ கோவிந்த் பண்ணிடுவாரு. So let us wait for. ஏன் வீடியோ தெரியுதாமா? என்னன்னு தெரியல. I have been doing it somewhere. நான் ரிமோட் ஏதோ அமுத்திட்டேன். Must be that remote controlனால. என்னன்னே தெரியலையே. சரி, okay, I'm sorry yaar. What to do? I prepared it with great difficulty and I wanted to do. I think Govind will justify that. So let us go with it. So technology doping is defined as basically the practice of gaining the competitive advantage. If you see in 1908 itself, some of the tennis players have been using some of the gadgets to make the stroke better. So this is where in the lawn tennis they used, those days it used to be called as lawn tennis, and it was very surprising to see that this technology was used as a part of the performance. So when it is also called as a sports engineering, which sounds much more to forgive, right? Beyond that, you can see that there is another thing which goes is called as gene therapy, where people try to take the gene from the elite athletes and try to insert it in the another person. Okay, in the vector, we call it as vector. So what happens here is they borrow, but even in the Olympics, if somebody goes with the high performance, we just cannot identify whether the parents' genes are existing in him or he has borrowed the genes from somebody else. So this area is still into the biotechnology, is working on it, how to track that, and this area has not taken much more. It's not that very famous also. And when you get on to this kind of gene therapy, the chromosomes, in particularly in COVID, the DNA is being inserted here, the RNAs are being inserted in the athlete. So what happens is the DNA brings the alteration in the athletes and they try to perform. So when there is a combination of RNA and DNA chromosome, only the growth would take place. But here in the genomes are being changed, the DNAs are being operated to work on the athletes. So what is the genetic doping? Genetic doping has made a way organization like Olympic Committee oversee drug tests. So drug for that, they will take urine tests, they may take blood samples, and they may store it for years and years and years. The court is fighting with the athlete for more than 8 years, 10 years, to give back the medal or to snatch back the medal. So the athletes are still fighting with the court that they just give only one thing, that I have not done doping. So that is why the lab is full of, this test blood samples and the urine samples with those people. Okay. Yeah, he has come with it. Can you get on to okay. So next, genetic. Okay, next. Going. ഇതിലെ വിട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. So this has led to an effect on how proactive the organization have to be. If you see the Tokyo Olympics, they had and also seeing the performance given in 2016 in the Rio Olympics, the whole world was shook by seeing the performance of Russia, and they were all banned before they could enter into it. So in 2016, when they saw and Russians were banned in the Rio in 2018, and even in the Winter Olympics over there, which they were the people who had been snatching all the medals throughout their life, but what happened was they just couldn't. Next. So they have been banned. Other than gymnastics, they have been permitted to get on to it. Can I have Govind, please? Next slide. Yeah. So it is clear when watching some of the world's top athletes that genetic advantages have come to do their supremacy. So if you see somebody takes the gene from Usain Bolt's height, or if they want Djokovic's flexibility, or if they want the power of Serena Williams, all that becomes, totally not traceable, because the genes makeup is better suited to their sports than some of their rivals. So if I am a vegetarian, if I'm an Indian, if I borrow the gene from somebody, it is only for therapy purpose, but not for bringing up the high performance. So still it is a brainchild. It is still in a small, mushrooming age only. So one that I could see next. Having said, next please. I just got one article from the newspaper, which I'll speak to you in the later slide. Okay. So gene stripping and genes therapy. So from the therapy, if you want the liver to be transferred from somebody, it could be done, or the organs can be done. But now we have gone to the gene doping, where it is an outgrowth of the gene therapy. However, instead of injecting the DNA, okay, into a person's body for the purpose of restoring some functions related to damaging of the cell. So if somebody meets some accident, some disease or something like that, you try to borrow it. But instead of that, it has now gone in a different way, where the gene doping basically involves this kind of thing. And if you see the side effects of even these people, the scientists are very astonished to see how even particularly the juvenile diabetics, okay, the hemophilia, the cystic fibrosis, the technology uses all kind of gene doping in exactly the same as the gene therapy. Next. So imagine a child can also be born. So when it comes to the podium, you can, as I said earlier, all will stand. So gene doping is an outgrowth of the gene therapy. However, instead of injecting DNA into the person for the purpose of restoring some functions related to the damage or missing gene, as a gene therapy, gene involves inserting. So this is where next we'll go a little faster. Yeah. So you can see these cloning, yeah, or even the human being, if they come, I don't know what's going to happen. And this buffalo that you could see is such a large, while it keeps milking, the milk keeps pouring. If this buffalo cannot sit, cannot stand, cannot sleep, so the status of that buffalo has become so bad that because of this gene therapy, things have changed. So even in India, you can see that all the cows today are being brought into Jersey cows. Okay, so the Indian traditions are going, but those foreigners are 100 times more in advance, where they extract milk from the cows by getting onto such kind of gene. So just imagine these animals cannot be even put into death. It is a big problem for them to even make them die. Next. So you can see the anti-doping agencies. Okay, the WADA has extended in its 2003 ban on gene doping. So only in 2003 they realized to include all forms of gene additions. Okay, so but it is clear that the no wait, sir. So it is basically I'll tell you. So but it is not clear that the agency has means to reform this ban. Okay, so this is what there it speaks that the potential of enhancing sports performance cannot go. So suppose I represent the Olympics now, and then next time when I go with the extraordinary performance and I perform, people will doubt me, and then they put me into turbulence and they will scan me and they will take out what is that Jyoti has changed herself and she is able to give best performance. Next. So this is where they try to, the vectors are being given the injection with the DNA. Next. Okay. So gene or the cell doping is defined as the world non-therapeutic use. They try to do, the benefits are enormous. When you see the benefits, the disadvantages are more than the advantages. Next. So let us try to brush into the disadvantages. Next. Yeah. So after getting into the gene being borrowed from somebody, and what are the health damages it takes to? First thing it leads to is the cancer. So it takes time to enter and react to the body. Then they may react to the virus. Virus infection takes place, and then autoimmunization. Just like AIDS, they don't get any immunity. They just suffer. If they have fever, they'll keep having fever. If they have cold, they'll keep having cold. So this will happen for those people, and then it leads to heart attack. Then it leads to stroke, and then it damages the skeletal-muscular and muscles and the skeleton. Both are being damaged, and ultimately they end up with the ligament tear. So this is where the tendons and the ligaments becomes weaker. So automatically the person who adopts a gene cannot be able to perform. Next. So obviously, as I said, the liver gets failure, okay, but it also gives the energy at the same time. So once you get the gene therapy done, you brain, what is the first thing that the drug abusers use for? First is the pain bearing. So the pain bearing ability, when they get any form of drugs, the other classes of steroids and then erythropoietin and all that, or any kind of banned substances, when you say that, the first thing that it works is the pain tolerance. So here, when you go with the gene therapy doping, it leads to the pain tolerance one. Second, it leads to heart enhancement, that is cardiac output. The heart basically in the beginning starts functioning well, but as you grow older, it shows its face. So the kidney also goes with the erythropoietin production and its utility to the cells. Then the liver starts functioning well, which gives better metabolism. And you could see the bone marrow, which produces the RBC, that is what erythropoietin, which comes out of the bone marrow, and oxygen transferring ability becomes more. And the muscle also gives the better performance, like, which is unusual. Next. So looking into these advantages, if you go now, you can definitely find the disadvantages which cannot be tallied. Next. Fine. So this is the combination that we can do. So possible spread imposes some environmental risk. So here the environmental risk is that whereas here there is no spreading. Here the responsibility does not necessarily reside with the athlete. So in case of germ-line infections of parents or designer babies, so during the time of even now also test tube babies, you cannot identify that how many sperms are going to react. Okay, they may induce the active sperms in the mother. Which sperm is going to be mature, you cannot identify. So that is why in the test tube baby there are 3 children which are born at a time. So all the 3 can be active. Sometimes none of the 3 becomes active. So here also, when they induce the gene into the athlete, chances of getting the designer of the babies might be, there could be some infection in the person, or lack of gene doping education. Without proper education, one may operate that, and unforeseen health hazards may take place. Whereas in other kind of doping, it becomes implemented education, largely known health hazards. Everybody knows. So I did. There was a small survey which was done on the athletes, on 206 athletes, very elite athletes. So the question was put: if you take this drug, you can give a better performance. So how many of you would take? So there were 186 people raised their hand. Then they put another question stating, see, you will get medal and you will die after 5 years. How many of you are willing to take the drugs? It is unbelievable that 10 of them dropped and there were 176 people who raised their hand that I need medal whether I die or not. That is a different issue. So this is where the athlete's brain is, where they need to perform. If they die, they're not worried about it. Next. So here, this is the newspaper cutting which I got and I've just given the light to it. So, which defines, BARA defines gene grouping as the non-therapeutic use of cell, gene, genetic elements, or modulation of the gene expression. Okay, we will move on to the next. This is another area where I can go. Now I'm on to the technology. So, this technology with the suit that you could see is you cannot identify between the snow and the costume. If you go and sit there without the blue color on and only with the white on, people will think that you are also up snow. So this is called mimicking. We are trying to mimic. So this is a product which is being brought out by and being used by Americans, Canadians, Russians, but by the freestyle skiing teams where they wear this zipper design. It's a zipped from top to bottom, and it is cut short in the weight of the costume. So if I'm going to say one of the chillest country, okay, or Alaska or somewhere, so how will I go? I'll wear one cloth on it, another on, still not able to manage, and I am so heavy. And by the time I find, my body starts aching because of the number of clothes that I'm on to protect from the wind or from the cold. Whereas this camouflage pattern is one of the masks which could be worn easily and can save the athletes from cold. Next. So this is also being used by the speed skaters. We are wearing this uniform made by the partnership between the space aerospace company and under Aroma. So this suit uses several tested methods of dealing with the wind resistance. So we have come across the aerodynamics. In the aerodynamics, wind resistance is one which works a lot. So this is being used by the skaters, and they try to use it where their research council has brought out. Next. So in technology in sports, cheating, when you look, while technology has facilitated perfectly legitimate advantages, there are advantages. But what the WADA wants is that they want to ban all these kind of technology doping, and they are proactive to find out. So in my latest slide, I'll tell you how in Tokyo Olympics, they tried to ban one particular thing, and in previous Olympics also, what had happened and how the technology doping was. They are trying to identify only in the competition situation, only you can identify that the person is taking some kind of undue advantages. Next. So if you see, the technology doping is being done by so in almost all the events, sports and the games. So if you see in athletics, in bodybuilding, in weightlifting, in powerlifting, everywhere, football, you don't think that this athlete is performing so well by all his capacity. No, there is some kind of doping which is on in him. Either it could be drug doping, or it could be technology doping, or it could be genetic doping. That is where they run. If you see the results of cheetah runs in such a way that such a fast that no human being can make a combination with cheetah such a fast. So the world has given a statement like one cannot run 100 meters less than 9 seconds. So this is the record which is human limitations which has been made. So, but the technology doping is going in such a way that we have to break this 9 seconds. And how can a person sprint 100 meters in below 9 seconds? This becomes the thing, right? So you can see the world achievers will be coming slowly, in coming Olympics, where Olympics is the only field where their potentials are being excelled over there. Next. So this is interactive. There are when you see the technology, when it is on the clothing particularly, there are different interactive materials that are being added to it. So in the Australian Science Agency created a garment that can monitor movements and give feedback. So if you see a cloth which is quite expensive when you go abroad, fine. If it is expensive, that means there is some kind of technology which is there. So if you wear that jacket, you get the feedback. Fine. For example, a basketball player can wear a material, okay, a sleeve or a top or a thing, and then he can start working on number of baskets he gives. So there will be a computer which will be tracking the based on the audible tones, okay, that number of baskets that has been converted and number of it that had been failure. So this is happening now. So the material essential gives the athlete the real-time feeder on their movements. So athletes can learn patterns of tones, successful, unsuccessful. What is that? So this is where you go with the interactive material. Next. So in the interactive material, there are three types of interactive materials. The first is called as the smart interactive textile. Are materials and structures that sense the and react to environmental conditions. So see, for example, the environment is too hot, it'll change. It's just like a lizard, it changes its color. So the cloth changes it based on the stimuli. If I enter into the water, it'll change accordingly. If it is too hot, if in Navy Lignite Corporation, there was a fire which basically does takes place in some of the companies. So they have been given some kind of clothing which they have to adapt wear while they are getting into the thermal station. Fine. If they fail to wear that cloth, obviously they would get into the fire. So these are the clothes which should be worn, which acts on the stimuli, such as the mechanical, thermal, chemical, electrical, magnetic, or other sources. So they will react. So you could have seen in some of the malls, small button will be there. You just show your gas lighter and it will start giving water. So it reacts to the fire. So these are called as the devices, the stimuli based on the stimuli. Next. So this is called a SIT, where are no longer a science fiction. We now it has become a common thing for Indians. What it is now. We may not think it as a common one. If you see in your house carpet, the carpet is such a way that it cannot absorb the dust. It will leave it. So that has become a very common one, and it also doesn't. Even if your shoes, if you see, you don't have to wash like the earlier days. Early days, we used to wash our shoes. We used to put the white. If not white thing, we used to take some chalk and then apply it on the shoes to make it little brighter. Nowadays, you don't have to wash your shoes. It is clean, just like a carpet, and it has got the memory shape and the environment responsive textile. If it is raining, it will not absorb water. If it is marshy, the water will not get into it. If it's dusty, the dust will not be accumulated. So, and it is anti-insomnic microfibers are there. So this anti-insomnic microfibers are put on the textile along with the while the textile is being produced. So I worked with one of the group of people from Anna University. They were on the textile from the textile department. So they came and we did some research in 2009, where they went to Delhi. They put some yarn solution into the yarn, and while the production was brought, that time the compression garment was only something new for us at that time. So I was with the hockey players, and our college hockey players were tested, measured, and they went and brought from the Delhi they brought it. When our athletes wore it, it was all loose. It did not give a kind effect of compression. I don't know what made that. So again, these guys went back to Delhi and then made another sizes of clothing, and they came back stating, ma'am, I would like to do the research now. So this is where it is, the compression garment, you see it will not have any dust to it. We'll speak later also. Next. Can I have the next slide, please, Sojit? Fine. So according to the manner of reaction, SIT, that is smart technology, can be divided into passive smart material. Next. active smart material Kodba, and very smart material. Another, the last one comes with the intelligent material. So just imagine they are being shaped as a human being. How can we expect a cloth acting like a human being? Okay, so I have already spoken to you about the passive smart material, which works with the environmental stimuli. Very smart materials, they act to the conditions and react accordingly. And very smart material goes with the sense and then change accordingly. And there is that one which is called as intelligent material, which are those capable of responding or activated to perform a function in a manual or pre-programmed manner. So you can have it. You can have a device which can be pre-planned, and accordingly you can start working on it. So how does a smart material work is a very big question. Next, which works on this. So this we basically call that as a, okay, let me now, from the question you have received, how can they sense like human being? Now we are getting on to the mechanical debate. So what it goes with the mechanic means any kind of machines or some kind of gadgets which is being fixed. Now if you see, there is one marker in our college who takes a cycle, and let me introduce, I think some of my friends are also there. His name is George. He has got a cycle. He doesn't have to pedal. A marker having a cycle, he doesn't pedals. He keeps moving. He keeps moving without any strain, and he comes back home. So what is that? When I look into the thing, he has got a small battery which is invisible, which is somewhere kept as a form of nano, yeah, and which has costed him 35,000 few years before, and this is what he's moving with. So an ordinary man in India can hold a cycle which is mechanical devised. If you take that to the competition arena, and I'm also on the cycle, and George is also on the cycle, and I am pedaling, and he's not pedaling. His cycle is moving simply. Hi, hello. There is no movement. There is no movement. He has to just hold it. So this is what is happening, and this is what is called as the secret motor to propel the bicycle. So this is banned by the EU Union. If you in Tokyo Olympics, even before that, it's in Rio itself, they had a scanner where all the cycles and javelin or whatever equipments that you go, it goes into the surveillance. They scan it and then push it off. Once it is scanned and pushed off, to the till the arena, they keep monitoring. So some of the athletes, they are being provided with small mini gadgets where they stick it to their bicycles or rackets or whatever it is, or and they try to use it. So what they have kept in the Rio Olympics, the scanners were kept at a distance for the road race and all. So to scan again and again. Again, our athletes are very smart. They go one step ahead with certain cautions with the GPS and all that, right? I can't discuss more on that. Keep on talking on it. So it is banned by the EU Union Cyclists internationally. The cyclists have banned. So anything which you want to use has to be certified by the federation or the union or whatever it is. If it is being certified, then you can use it. But here what has happened was they have tried to identify various previous ones, and basically in the France in 2016, it was identified, and they have tried to squeeze away those cycles which were onto the mechanical devices. Next. So this is another device which we call it as artificial limbs. Yeah. So you all must have seen it. Now, it came into very big question that a Paralympic athlete can compete, or his performance comes equally to the ordinary athlete. That was the question which brought this again as a gadget, which was called as mechanical doping. So some of the common athletes are getting their legs amputated, fine, and they go with the artificial limbs. They try to perform well. They seek the medal, and they seek with the amount of money that gets out of the Olympics. So this was also a kind of scam which was going on. If you see the pregnant ladies, yeah, a lady getting onto the pregnancy just before the competition, the performance is so good after the abortion is over, that unbelievable. Why? Because the pain bearing ability is so much in them. the flexibility is so high. That is where they were banned. So the testing of started getting the certificate stating that, well, were you pregnant 3 months before the competition? So they have to be certified. So each thing that is happening in the Olympic area, the mass thinking is on with it, and there has been significant debate on whether the artificial limbs confers an advantage over the able-bodied athlete. This is what is happening. He is having two arms very well. He is having a beautiful body, just like Usain Bolt, and his head, his legs, hip till the hip, everything is fine. Only at the legs he is being kept. So this is on debate whether to permit him or not is the question. Next. Fine. So you all, I have in many podium platforms, I have spoken about this designing of Jason Lazak's suit, which was under surveillance, and people at the finals, he was banned, and later on they were permitted. So if you see next slide, please. Okay. So later on, what happened was this Lazak Razor was changed into Lazak Pro, then Lazak Elite, and then it became Lazak Elite 2 till 2014. And then when it came to Olympics, in 2016, the Speedo later were banned later on, that they should not come out with complete one piece. So this piece of cloth, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, was banned, and then it has become compulsory for the athletes to go with the one piece for male, and this kind of, not the full costume, it should be half. So even if you wear this, it is not that like a pant you can just pull it and wear it off your own. No, if you get into the video of wearing such clothes, it takes nearly 6 to 8 minutes for an athlete to wear this cloth. Very slowly they have to insert the leg, inch by inch by inch, they have to insert their legs inside, keep pulling one leg, another leg, just like elastic fiber. You have to keep pulling it on the top. Next slide. So it cannot be worn as it is. Next. So what is the advantages it gives? Basically, is the it gives you buoyancy, it gives you hydrophobia, it gives you a mimic like a shark. Next slide, I'll try to show you. So this Ionite shirts are also being sold in the market, where it gives more of oxygen supply to the working muscles. It goes with it, reduces or removes the lactic acid accumulation. You all know what is lactic acid accumulation and how it reacts in the athlete when it is high in them. Okay, so obviously they don't get tired. So the fatigue word is not in them at all. And what happened was, so WADA tried to rule out this. No scientific publications were there by wearing this kind of, this Ion X shirts. So they left it. They didn't have any proof to ban. Why have you worn this and why the advantages have been given? So it was so surprising that out of 25 athletes, 23 athletes broke their next slide, broke the world record in that. So this just mimicked like a shark fish. Yeah, you could see the clothing. It tries to compress on the origin and the insertion of the muscle. It provides so much of oxygen supply, and it just like a shark fish, it went on. Next. So this is called mimic. You try to, now the scientists are in such a way that this cloth just looks like as though you have taken the flesh of a fish and you have worn a cloth. So when you touch it, when you feel it, everything will be like a shark fish, and that is where this also becomes antibacterial. The moment you get into the water gets on the sides. There is no EDs, there is no resistance. You get the propelling forward, you get good buoyancy. So all the advantages that you need to get by wearing this cloth, it gives. Yeah. Next. So you see this guy who is with the beautiful shoes on, and the marathon runner, Geoffrey. Okay, so Geoffrey, what he did was the shoe which he wore, before the pre-Olympics became more surveillance. Why? The winner of that year's New York Marathon, I had prepared it. That year's marathon runner. So before the Olympics, Tokyo Olympics, when they saw his performance was very drastic. And when they looked into it, next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. So when they saw that they're running the 42 miles and 195 meters marathon race, less than 2 hours was still a dream. Yeah. Though it may not be for long, Nike has announced the launch of Breaking Through, an innovative project that puts technology to achieve this almost inhuman record. So when you look, I went depth and depth, the insole of the shoes, the sole of the shoes, the flexibility, the weight, and all that, it looks almost the common. But what was the advantage that went on with was next to the next slide, please. Yeah. Next, we'll come back to this one later on. Next. Yeah. So this the band was another next polama Gurvati Apramatri will come back. Yeah. So this shoe, when you see, it had a spring-like material on the toes of the shoes. This made them to propel up. There is a gait analysis which speaks that when they walk, there is a small spring-like action while the person walks. Yeah. So here, this went on with it, and they were giving a good propulsion. Let us go back, and after seeing the people with all pink shoes, the pink shoes were banned in the Tokyo Olympics. Later on, they permitted, with in 2021 when again it went on with it. So this Nike Pro escaped Tokyo 2020 ban, but what can runners learn from cycling and swimming? They started arguing. See, we are not taking the advantages, just like technological looping, same like at cyclists and swimmers and this and that. And then later, this shoe was permitted. Previous one, please. Yes. So while Tokyo 2020 saw possibility, the most stringent effort yet to tackle the problem of doping. Okay. So it also saw the technology come to the forehands of the athlete's performance. When I am an elite athlete, so Nike comes to me and gives, madam, you take this shoe, you will break the world record and believe nothing will happen. And we are the people, this, that, if I'm an athlete. So they will catch the elite athletes and put their product over there, and then it becomes world famous. That is where it is. So when the world record in both men's and women's 400-meter hurdles were broken during the June Olympic trials, okay, even the pre-Olympics itself, they saw that the world records are broken. Now, what are they going to see in the Tokyo Olympics? So that was a big question. Then all the 4 athletes were using a shoe technology called as super spikes. Was only the result which they got, and what to do was the next question for them to get on. Next. Okay, hold on. So what is there in this Nike Big Pro? It has got a carbon plate in it. That is the only technology which works on it. So we call it as a carbon fiber. You must be knowing the nano products like graphite, fiber, then carbon, silk, all that, different types of nano products are there. So carbon is one of the nano product which is used in this, and this is called where they have kept it as a fiber plate. If you see some of the shoes, it will have track. There'll be video in the shoes. The cameras are fitted in, and it is with the carbon tubes which are being kept in the shoes and which track the devices. So you can see somebody is trying to dribble football, and then it tracks accordingly along with them. So similarly here also the carbon fiber plates have been kept in the soles of the shoes, gives a more effective. So this is the sole of the shoe which gives more effective tread, a kind of spring effect, as I said earlier, dubbed an unfair aid by critics. So people have criticized that they are getting advantage because of this carbon fiber, but subsequently studies showed that the shoes did not act as a spring, nor did it generate additional thrust. So nothing. It was only for the comfort. Instead, it altered the ways of athlete run. If they are doing something wrong, biomechanically their running was altered and reduced the amount of muscle activity around the ankle and the feet. So this is what they gave, biomechanical principles that they gave on the shoes. And later on, this shoe was also accepted in the 2021 Olympics. Next. So high profile incidents of tech doping comes into the form of shoes. Carbon fiber plates technology, patented by Nike, is an innovative that has come about in the past 10 years. So it is one of the greatest one which has come, and I think it is costing around 35,000 to 40,000. Plus, if you want more advanced one, you have to pay just 5% more than it. You get the advanced one with the nano product in it. So this is costing 35,000, and that shoes is. It keeps the toe straight and allows the shoes foam to condense and inflate, okay, more quickly. So the moment you go with it, you get that trust, you go with better protection, and both feature results in less energy loss. So whereas if I want to run, I want to combust my energy. I don't want to save my energy. So I'm running only to maintain myself, right? I don't want to give a performance. So a person who wants to give a performance can spend around 35,000. So when next slide, I don't know where did I read, when Indian athletes, okay, I'll just hold on with it. Some of the Indian athletes were aspiring to buy for this shoe, and it was said by the government of India that you can apply and buy by applying in that format and get the funding and buy this shoe. So this was also provided even to the Indian athletes to go for such shoes by funding. Okay, so this was one another information that I gathered. Right. Now we can come on to the no, please, previous one. So we are on to the mechanical devices. So you can see a kind of product which is held by the athlete, okay, ordinary, fine. He will just insert that in the cycle and the cycle will keep moving. So you can see that there is no change in the heart rate. Yeah, the chest straps have been kept over there and the wireless group set is there and wireless power meter is kept. So this is called as power meter. You don't have to pedal, just sit there. It will keep on going and it will have also a good height in it. Next. So how are the research being done over there in Germany, France, and all that? So the researchers keep on working on the cycles, their devices, and what to do. They don't pedal, but just sit comfortably and watch. So people started talking in so many Olympics that he is simply moving and others are pedaling. So what is the amount of voltage or how much of power that I have to put on the cycle to drive, go for a road race? Whereas these people don't have to spend any energy. So what happens is with the aerodynamics, they get benefited and they go on. So there were public who screamed, they shouted, and they questioned on how can he go without any strain riding a cycle in the competition. Next. So this is what I said was 1908, where the tennis players were also using the technological doping, which came very late into the, to the knowledge of public or to the people or to the forum. Yeah. So these were the people who were trying to take the advantages by adding some kind of gadgets in their tennis rackets, the guts, where the application of power will be more, the absorption of shock will be less, the arms will get less tired, and the strokes will be better. So this is what during 1908. Next. So this is called as the Jamaican had used this kind of gadget. This is actually in 2011. Basically, the Jamaican athlete used this, was banned for the life. In his body, he underwent a operation who kept the chip inside his body, and later on they found it. Okay, so was banned for life. So if you go to even in the London Olympics, what was the thing was, people were all were under surveillance in the London Olympics. So as you enter into the airport itself, they'll give you some kind of devices. If even in the toilet you are there, you will be under surveillance. So that kind of chip were given to the athletes. So whether you stay in the house, you stay in the tent, or you go somewhere, if you are even lost, you could be identified. Whereas this guy, he masked this inside his skin, and it was identified, and he was banned. So furosemide was the organ material which was kept inside this Jamaican. Next, Steve Mullins. So what happens is these products, they change their faces. Yeah. As I said, if I run in the night, I will show like a ceramic cloth. Only if the light glitters on me, I'll be visible. Otherwise, I may not be visible. So actually, the clothing and the technology has gone to the level that even the army people are all using it. They are being dropped from the top. They are dropped in the jungle. You just cannot see them with the naked eye. So that today, much more is there in other areas than sports. So sports is actually still mushrooming because there are less number of people who take the advantages of such kind of smart materials in their daily use. So they, when it has been patent, people try to sell it or take the patent to the market where more number of people would get advantages of it. So that is where it goes with it. So this is a kind of phase changing material where based on the temperature, the cloth keeps changing. I wear that and I change that as I spoke earlier. So temperature into the comfortable range. Next. So Outlast was first developed for the use of astronauts. So basically, the astronauts who go in the aircraft, they were using it for the protection gadgets, for instruments such as the severe temperature changes and outer space changes, and the technology is now being used in all the apparel. Same way like treadmill. Treadmill was only first earlier used by the astronauts for doing some kind of fitness in the aircraft. Later on, this this treadmill was brought to hospitals for finding out the cardiac output, and later on it was brought to the athletes training, testing, and now it has become common to everybody. So treadmill. In a similar manner, this technology of the phase change materials, technology is now being used in almost all the shoes, in all the apparels and equipments and linens, means clothing. Next. So this is called as paraffin bags. I had one, I don't know how did that. My brother had brought this from Germany, and then he went on asking, give me that. I didn't know because it was looking a little old like thing, And when I used to touch that, a kind of wax used to come as though, some dust accumulated. So if I put scratch on it, just like my skin, if I don't apply oil on my skin and it gives a white mark on the skin. Similarly, this cloth also was giving. So somebody came to my house that they were drenched. I gave that jacket to that particular person. And later when I asked, she refused, stating that, what, I don't know. And I didn't know the science behind it. So later on, when I went through this cloth, and then I realized it would have been very expensive. And basically, has got the paraffin wax compounded, that is the microbe. There are certain spaces, small cells like thing where the waxes are poured inside, and it is capsuled into the thousands of mini skulls, and it is there as a hard shells inside. So it recycles your body heat by absorbing, storing, disturbing, realizing the heat on a conscious basis, and it keeps changing the temperature. So wear one and just get on anywhere, you don't have to worry whether your body heat is too high or too low, just like a room temperature. You switch on the thing, you can maintain 16 degree, again 16 degree. Again, if the heat goes high, again the room temperature will be kept 16 degree. Similarly, the temperature can be kept perfectly by wearing this kind of jacket. This is called a phase change material. Next. Yeah. So nanotechnology, I've been talking about it. The technology is the only one which goes with the high and the nanoparticles. As I said, in the yarn it is being used. So if you see this cloth, where in the second picture, in the ordinary cloth, the nanofiber solutions have been poured, the liquids. So when you see in the machine, if you want the tights to be brought out, you have to put it in the computer, the number of tights you want, whether it is medium, small, or large, or extra large. Just you have to press it, and you don't have any tailoring to be done. So it comes as a ready-made, tights or t-shirts or bunions or compression garments. It keeps coming out. So within 1 minute, you get nearly 100 pieces of tights coming out. So, and only thing you don't have to do any tailoring work. You have to cut a little of the thread which hangs slightly away. So this is what is the technology has come, where the nanofiber is one of, it is so very minute that you cannot be traced at all. Typically, you can it becomes more breathable. It is more easy to handle. Today, you see your bags are more lighter, not like the previous days. Today, if the Indian athletes or the cricketers are going, they were all with the different. Nowadays, they are with the different colors. Earlier, all the cricketers were wearing only white color dress. Why? Because so has to give reflection of the sun UVs or the ultraviolet rays. But today the technology has come where the costumes are such way that UV filter, clima cool, sweat absorbent, antifungal, all the technologies are there. Don't simply rate that the cricketers of various countries, what they are wearing is ordinary clothing, that what you are wearing. No, it is totally a different one, very expensive and very light to carry. It doesn't absorb any dust and it doesn't get crushed. You don't have to iron it. You don't have to take lots of time to put it on dry. So these are the attributes of those kind of technological clothing. So this is what is existing. Next. So wearable technology has become a very common today, and you can see, you can tie it with your cell phone. Fine. So tracking devices are always there. So currently they're supposed to have more functions than just certain climatic protection and good look. So these functions can be referred to wear and durable products. So you see some of my track pants I have, and I have a t-shirt from the Nike, which is a Climacool, and these shirts still look the same. You cannot make out that it is 15 years old t-shirt, but even if I take out today, the blue color gives the same blue color. There is no tear in it, there is no hole in it, and it has not lost anything in its texture or its appearance or whatever it is. So these functions can be referred to wearing and durability properties. That is why I keep telling people, when there are certain discounts on certain clothing, please buy those shoes. Those shoes will not break. Not like my school days where every time, for 99.99, the better shoes I owned during those days used to tear off from the front area, from the back area. It used to hang, we used to peel it off. Then holes in our shoes used to be there. No, today no shoe you can find, it will not give us bad smell like earlier days. Even the socks have come to the level that it has become antibacterial. Why? Because the silver products are being used. Silver is used in that, and the clothing also goes with that, antifungal. So when you look into it, it is a revolutionary new property of clothing is to exchange information. It passes. So if you see their clothing, I don't know whether you were able to see. So these are all having the different types of gadgets inside. So clothing is now capable of recording, analyzing, storing, sending, and displaying data. You can go to any minister, wear a cloth, you can start recording, people can start analyzing from what is going on there. They can store the information from your clothing itself, and displaying of the data is done. So today the media is very sound in catching the people of how the corruptions are on. These are the ways that they can make use of certain clothing which could be done very easily. So which is a new dimension. Intelligent system. We call it as very, very intelligent clothing are there. So clothing can extend a user's sense, okay, argumenting with the climate, and this is what it goes, and it working, displaying helpful data, connecting to the internet or other people also. So you can connect that directly to the media, and it can be aired accordingly or viewed or directly. So these kind of things have come today all over the world, and advancement is going on in a different manner. Next. Next, please. So today you could also see the technologies have gone even in the medical field. So you all must be knowing that earlier days, when you give the sutures, people have to go to doctors to cut the sutures and remove the thread and come. Today, you just don't have to go for it. Yeah. And it has gone in such a way that the clothes get self um, deposit. I mean, they will get into the blood and it can be pushed off. So that way, the meshes have come, the threads have come in, and the technology in the medical has gone to the extreme, which is unbelievable. So the gauzes are also of different type. Next. So this is for the cardiac support devices has been kept in, and this is called as disc tray for the sportsmen. If they get injured, the artificial disc can be kept, the artificial limbs are kept, the artificial patellas are being kept, and which are just like a natural one you can feel. So earlier the patellas which were fixed, with the nail and all that used to be little painful, but today the technology has gone, and this is called as the cushion for vertebral disc repair. So if you have bulged or prolapse disc or the lumbar disc problem, it can be rearranged, but with a high amount of money. Next. So implication for research. So this protective textile materials basically, wait, one by one. Protective textile materials benefit from the development of the myocardiac or the high performance and thermal stable fibers, and passive systems are there. The next comes is the protective clothing. I've been talking about the smart material. Today, you can wear these protective clothing, go out, you can keep jogging, keep working. If light is put on you, you can be visible. Okay, so it becomes more smarter. It starts interacting with you based on the chillness because of the winter. Next, because of the fire, and all many things. So thermal protective clothing. Next, detecting of the vital signals you can get the GPS, you also get the wireless hand-free communication, you get the cooling effect. If you're too hot and your core temperature has gone high or your hypothalamus has gone high, particularly in the long distance runners, more than 100 athletes actually die after the Olympics marathon race is over, but it doesn't come out to the world. So the research was done, and it was identified that the Tokyo Olympics 2-degree temperature will be higher than the Rio Olympics. So every year, due to global warming, the temperature is going high and high, and coming days, the people would prefer to go only for summer, not summer, but for the winter one, because the weather has gone very high. So such kind of clothing, if it's worn by the athlete, it keeps them cool and also warm, cool and warm at the same time, and incorporates the warning signals are being given, like this is going on badly, this is going on badly, come on, control this. So that is how the clothing have gone today. Next, it is actually with the astronaut, as I said earlier itself. So this is the multi-layered woven structure can increase the thermal multi-layer, one after the other, one after the other, one after the other. The thin threads have been and thermal and fire protection, and by adding control air gaps. Okay, so you could see the airs have been blocked, the 3-layer interlocks, the wovens are there, which gets interlaced with each other, and then it gives a structure layered system which becomes a smart feature with beautiful colors and doesn't fade, doesn't tear, and it becomes a matrix form, and then it goes to the market, and obviously not to the market. In fact, as a whole, it is being sold in the market. So today you cannot find the yarns in a like shirt bit wangapona, pant bit wangapona, that you're going for buying a pant bit or shirt bit. You will not get such technological clothing as a bit being sold. It will be sold in the market as a whole, as a shirt, as a compressed garment, as a material, but as a whole, jacket or track pant or track suit or shoes, like that it will be sold, but not as a clothing. Next. So this is called as detection of vital signals. So in this shirt, you can see how it has been embedded very finely. Yeah. And since is developing of the smart shirt with the tracking devices, it has got its own, you don't even know what is being worn inside. And you get into the arena, you perform and you come. So I went inside and it went on and on and on and on. And Mary Comb, what she wore, and this went, and why her textiles were rejected. There's something which goes in a different manner. And the color, they suspect sometimes. When the suspicion comes from the official, they will ask you to change your clothing and come. That is where athletes should not get reacted to something. So thus, this kind of clothing are there with certain kind of vital signals. Next. So global positioning, where it has been positioned, you can see the textile integrated with sensory devices driven by the GPS. It is inside your clothing, which has been fixed by the scientist, and it is an electronic textile. It is not an ordinary one. It is interactive. That is, it is speaking to the individual. If I am wearing, it will interact with me. So interactive electronic textile with GPS enhanced inside, and which becomes more easily wearable and can provide added safety for firefighters and emergency personnel, and by facilitating offsite monitoring of the vitals. So same way the astronauts were wearing this, they were all with the GPS. We can track. Even sometimes you can see the aeroplane vanished. Where did it go? The GPS. Sometimes the device goes off. So these are the today everywhere this GPS is used in car. And so putting it in the clothing is something very new kind of technology it is. Whereas we have seen it in everywhere. Next. So this is called as wireless hand-free communication, where it is kept inside his clothing, fabric area network, and which enables the electronic device. There are certain devices which are kept near the training arena or near the competition arena, which can exchange the digital information with the athlete and makes you to keep giving information power, and it keeps giving you the information. So you get triggered. There's a pinch which keeps pinching the athlete. Come on, come on, come on. Just like a horse on the race course, your the shoes of the person keeps dragging, rubbing with the horse, and the more it rubs, particularly in the sensory organs, they start rubbing. They know where to rub a horse. So the horse feels very fine and it keeps running faster, 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 and that is where the horse gives a performance. So same way here, it keeps giving the stimuli and keep pinching the person, and the person within the particular duration, they try to run and give a better speed is being given. So this is called as FANS, 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 that is fabric area networks, use wireless communication, which measures 1 nanoampere. These currents can transmit data at speed equivalent to 2400 modem. So just imagine, this is where we all are getting on to 5G, 4G. The speed that we are getting is being fixed in the human being. Unbelievable. Next. So this is called as cooling. I've been talking that the athletes die because of too much of heat and getting trained, the core temperature. So this is a kind of cooling thing. You can have the hydrocollateral packs are also there, which can be kept in the machines. The hydrocollateral gets frozen and you wear it for some time and your body gets chilled. Your core temperature can be maintained. So this is a kind of device which can be used. A new high-tech vest has been developed to basically to help the athletes, the soldier, the fireman, etc. alive, cheering after the temperature. So if they have trained themselves in the deserts, or suppose the Olympics is being organized somewhere in Sahara Desert or somewhere near the country where it is too hot, you can give them a kind of jacket which can keep them pre-cooling system. It is PCS, we call it as, which is based on the heat pipe technology, where the nanocarbon tubes are kept inside, the pipes are kept inside, and which tries to control the heat becoming cool in the body. so which works by collecting the body heat through the vapor filled in the cavities in the waste owned by the body. So this heat can be transferred via the flexible heat pipe should be there, just like your AC, where the water is being drained out from a small tube. Similarly, they will also have a tube which will try to like exhauster in a kitchen or in a house or in an AC wing. You can find this. Next. So this is called as warning signal, a combination of sensor and the small flexible light emitting display. So even in my shirt, you can see a drop or a quantum of paint on my shirt or on my shoe can give a better reflection. Okay, so that is called as nano paint, we call it as. So here, the light emitting display takes place, the FLED can revise and respond to stimuli from the body, okay, enabling the warning signals of displayed person. So it gives a warning, like sensors can monitor your heart rate, your respiratory rate, your temperature, your pulse rate, how much of oxygen is being carried, you're going lack of. Actually, these things were used in the hospitals, and now the athletes are being exposed with it and would automatically display, for example, the flashing of red light, wireless communication, distress signal, the person is getting heart failure, whatever it is, this can reflect. So the complete body. I went to one of my very recently, one of my friend's house, where the child was wearing some kind of device in her hand, one to 1.5 years old baby. So I asked her, what is this? They said that this is the device. They came from Dubai actually. So this is a device which tracks if the child got affected. No, actually the child got affected by gestation, juvenile diabetics. Fine. Due to COVID, the child got affected, and this device could track the if the baby is getting shortage of sugar in the body or not. So it gives a signal that the baby is running short of sugar, so she may be given the insulin or food or whatever it could be given. So that device was all the time fixed in her hand, and when twice or thrice I think I had been there, and the devices were on in her body. So this is what the parents said, and she need not be injected with the insulin by taking a real injection. So this device, if I pour it, it'll get absorbed in the body, the insulin will be absorbed. So we don't have to give insulin in only hands, you can take it anywhere. Like today, the children are being trained to give the injection in thigh, in buttocks, in hand, and wherever they want, the insulin can be injected inside. Similarly, these devices. So just imagine the devices are on and we have to utilize for certain reasons. Next. That is called as warning signals. Next. Sujit Singh. Yes. So we are coming almost to the end. So this would be my last slide where this push technology could be impacted by development of 3D painting technology. Yes. So with this, I thank you all for it. You can exit, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jyoti, for a wonderful presentation.
Stop sharing.
I request all the participants, any questions, you just post in the chat.
Suryajit, please
Chat
stop
box.
sharing.
Before that, Dr. Merlin from YMCA College. No, what's the problem? Now audible, Dr. Jyoti, can you hear me?
Yes, very audible, very audible.
Okay, very fine. There is a question from Dr. Merlin from YMCA College of Physical Education. He just asked why doping should not be allowed in sports.
Why doping should not be allowed?
Should not be allowed in sports. Why it's not allowed?
What the WADA's duty is to give equal rights to everybody to perform in the same platform. Now, today, the WADA says that we are fed up of doing this. Let the athlete run nude. Now you see, in coming days, the athletes will run without any clothes on, without anything on. So this is going to be another platform which is going to be in the world, because the technology is growing so high that some athletes take the advantages and some athletes do not get that advantage. So WADA says that everybody should be tallied in a same weighing machine where equal advantage should be given. That's it. Thank you, Malin sir. Yeah, I hope I have justified.
Okay, madam, shall we wait for another 2-3 minutes?
Yes, yes, yes,
We
yes,
are
yes.
just given some time.
I want people
So
to
that-
please come out with the more of questions.
Yeah, sure. We shall wait for another 2-3 minutes, madam. Huh?
Why doping should not be allowed in sports? Yeah, Malin sir has given. Thank you so much, Malin sir. Yeah, can I request the participants to come out with something live also? Sir, you can open the camera for
Yeah,
them.
chat box is open. We can just see whether any new question has come out. Nothing, no question has come out. Only one question, that is from Dr. Merlin.
You can make people to open, unmute and spoke.
Yes, sir, they can unmute and they can raise their hands
Yeah, you can raise your
and I
hands.
will unmute them.
Yeah. You can also give some feedback if you want. You can. Yeah, Kumar has raised his hand. Kumar, please. Sujit, CB. Allow two participants have raised their hands. CB, please. Permit them.
Yeah, good evening, madam.
Yes, Kumar. Good evening.
Yeah. Yeah, way back in 91, I was a student. That time you can join the college, I think.
Oh my God, very
Yeah.
happy to see you. Can you come live? Your only photo is visible. Can you come on your video, please? Okay, Kumar. Nice.
So the session was so live and so the lot of technological improvement has come in that sometimes is detrimental to sports and as you said, it causes a lot of imbalance. So nicely presented, madam. A lot of new information we got from today's session. Thank you.
So much, sir. Sir, yeah, video konja podlame. My video is off. Yes, yes, then.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Kumar. Very nice to meet you on this platform.
Thank you, madam.
What responsible athletes have to ensure they adapt to modern. Dr. Jyoti, there is a question from Mr. Goinswamy. Can you hear me?
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah. What responsibilities do athletes have to ensure they adhere to WADA regulations?
What responsibilities do athletes have to ensure they adhere to WADA regulation?
Yeah.
See, they have to take the oath. The first thing comes. They have to take the oath that they would participate in the competition without undue advantages. So that it shows that they take the promise, they take a bond stating that you will not violate the rules and the regulations. So the athletes have to shoulder the responsibility. So if you go to the arena, while the previous Olympics, that is in the Rio Olympics, there was an announcement stating that so many athletes from India are going to participate. But what had happened was nearly 80 athletes were caught with the drugs. And we had to ban our own athletes not to take part in the competition. Can you believe that? So this is what is happening without any, the government has to take the responsibility of sending the athlete with the letter stating that the person has not taken any dope. So they have to go to the arena. If they get the dope test positive, they have to come back again to India. So it is the responsibility of the athletes to take and adhere to the WADA regulation. Yes? Yes, Govindasamy. Next.
Yeah.
How does WADA test athletes? Please give some examples. WADA has got lots of testing. The moment you go there, your samples are being collected, and all those who perform nearly 10th position, all their samples are also being collected. If a first person who gets the medal is being caught with the doping, yeah, and they have to give back their medal to the Olympic Association, and then it will be passed on to the second gets the first, and the third gets the second, and it goes on. So what happens is sometimes if I am an athlete who has come 10th, sometimes the medal may come to me even after 4 years, 6 years also I may get the medal. Okay, so this is what is the thing which goes on, and the tests are on. The court will be there who will keep measuring the devices before the competition, after the competition, everywhere your testing is being done. Next.
I think there's no more questions, Dr. Jyoti. You are in the just concluding part now.
Okay.
I like to thank our Honorable Controller of Examinations for inaugurating the second day afternoon session. Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to thank Dr. Jyoti for enlightening our knowledge regarding doping. You have brought new light to all the participants through your presentation. You have clearly explained the different concepts of doping to all the future leaders of physical education. Thank you, Dr. Jyoti. Thank you, one and all. Have a good day. We can see in the third day session at tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Thank you. Take care. Good day.
Thank you.
See you
Bye-bye.
all.
Thank you so much.